790, in the meeting room of the Confucian Temple. Compared to the previous two meetings, where the rules were strict, this meeting was more casual. Everyone could choose their own seats and there was no distinction between the main seat and the last seat. Those who had personal friendships, family friends, and close ties usually sat in a group. The sage of rites was absent, so were the quasi-sage and the sage of literature. Everyone, including the high priest and the headmaster of the academy, felt more relaxed. Alliance sat on the ground with his hands on the ground. He stretched his legs and heaved a sigh of relief. Scholar Yuping had already prepared a table and a bamboo mat. Each table had a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, a plate of immortal fruits, a few immortal jujubes from an immortal mansion on the immortal cloud ancient path. The jujube skin texture looked like the flowing sunset glow, a few golden apricots from the Central Earth's Taoist school scripture temple, green peaches planted by the Grand Master of the Jade Charm Mansion next to the Evening Jade Pavilion, and also plums and water caltrops from different heavenly paradises. There were not many of each, but they looked very colorful and festive. Ao Liang picked up a green peach and took a bite. It tasted so good that he closed his eyes in intoxication. When he visited the Evening Jade Pavilion, no one told him whether the peaches were ripe or not. After all, the ripe peaches would not be bright red. Alliance picked a big bag of peaches. He left in a hurry because he had something to do and did not inform the Evening Jade Pavilion. When he went down the mountain, he almost lost his teeth because of the sour taste. He had to finish the peaches even if he had to hold back his tears. It was better to share it with others than to enjoy it alone. Later, when they traveled around the world, Liang sent many friends in the mountains to pay off some wine debts. For some reason, in the following decades, there was a saying that the peach at the Evening Jade Pavilion did not live up to its name. The number one peach in the world, which was full of praise in the Imperial Bulletin, became the number one peach in the world, which was a bit too much. Alliance, on the other hand, was very indignant. He felt that the peach tasted strange, but to say that it was the last place really wasn't enough. Therefore, he specially went to several familiar mountain and river newspapers to say a few words of justice for the peach at the Evening Jade Pavilion. He didn't expect that the Jade Charm Mansion couldn't distinguish between good and bad. They set up a very hurtful restriction monument at the foot of the mountain, forbidding Alliance and the dog from climbing the mountain to pick the peach. Ao Liang repaid evil with good. He still had to put in a good word for the peach in the Evening Jade Pavilion. He said that after eating a peach in the Evening Jade Pavilion, a scholar could open his acupores and gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and turn it into literary luck. A pure warrior could increase his power for 60 years. A cultivator's chi practice was like the help of God. Later on, it was said that in the past few years, there were many guests who went to the Jade Charm Mansion because of its reputation. As a result, the harvest of the green peaches in the Evening Jade Pavilion was not very good. Brushing off one's clothes, one hides one's scholarly achievements. Alliance's motto in Jianghu was to be kind to others and make things convenient for others. On the table, there were 2 pots of wine. One was the green bamboo wine from the Bamboo Sea Cave Heaven, and the other was the 10 flowers wine from the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. The wine cup was an imitated divine cup unique to the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. It could be considered an imitation of an official, so the price was not cheap. The wine cup on Alliance's table was a peach blossom cup. It was painted with a cluster of peach blossoms. Both dark red and light red were cute, like a woman's makeup. Beside it, there was a flower poem inscribed by the Confucian Temple's vice hierarch, Old Master Han. Alliance turned his head to look at Yuping, who was standing at the door. Without needing Alliance to ask, Yuping noticed his gaze and took the initiative to say, "Other than the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, you can take everything else." Alliance asked, "What about the table and the bamboo mat?" Yuping asked back, what do you think? Alliance immediately understood. Okay. Brother Yuping was generous and righteous. Yuping also understood immediately and said, when we go to the Merit Forest, we can drink a pot of green armor tea from Qingyu blessed land. Mr. Luke picked it himself and asked the Knightless Marquis to send it to the Confucian Temple. Usually, even Teacher Dong is reluctant to drink it. Alliance smiled knowingly. He understood again. Later, he would go to the Merit Forest to pack it up or give it to the old scholar. Lu Jit poured a cup of green bamboo wine and drank it in one gulp. Why did it taste like fake wine? The wine tasted good, but it did not taste that good. She was more used to the wine from Green Immortal Mountain at the Great Wall of Sword Aura shop. Alliance turned his head to ask Qi Tingji if he wanted to eat or drink. Qi Tingji smiled and said, "Take it all." Alliance did not stand on ceremony. As a scholar, he was not familiar with common affairs and was thin-skinned. It was difficult for him to earn money. Moreover, he had a lot of credit outside. He could only earn a small amount of money. As for the left and right, there was no need to ask. Liang moved the two's wine cups, and immortal fruits to his table. Young people like Xiao Yaoguang and Lin Junbai were sitting nearby. Liang asked the little celestial master to help pass the message. Those who didn't drink, bring the wine pots and wine cups. Those who drank, keep the wine. Don't be stingy. When drinking, you must be bold. What's wrong with using wine cups? Bring the wine cups. If you can't get an ascendant realm in one gulp, bring them all. Soon, Alliance gathered a full set of 12 flower deity cups. The cups were stacked on top of each other. Alliance asked Xiao Yaoguang and the rest to call their friends and gathered a full set of flower deity cups. It was the same peach blossom cup, but the paintings and poems were different. Alliance sighed. The flower mistress of the blessed land of 100 flowers was really good at dealing with people. As the hierarch of the Confucian Temple, Old Master Dong was the first to speak. He said in a deep voice, "Even the wasteland world knows this. There's no reason why you don't know." He was not saying this to the cultivators at the peak of the mountain. Instead, he was saying this to the headmasters of the academies who were knowledgeable but were too open-minded. Some teachers were very strict in their studies. They were often pedantic and old-fashioned. Knowledge was beneficial to the world. However, when it came to helping the people, it was not so good. Therefore, the Confucian Temple had disputes about the candidates for the 72 headmasters of the academies. The hierarch of the Confucian Temple's opening speech made the atmosphere of the meeting tense. No matter what, when the Sage of Rites took that step, it meant that the Confucian Temple was going to take the wasteland world seriously this time. Between the two tables, water vapor rose. Finally, 5 scrolls of landscape paintings appeared. There was an entrance to the ultimate in each of the 4 seas that led to the wasteland world. The Confucian Temple named the ultimate in each of the 4 seas. They were the Eye of Heaven, the Mark of Mark, the Holy Land, and the Sunfall. Other than that, there were 3 crossings. They were called the Candle Crossing, the Horse Crossing, and the Lay Crossing. The Lay Crossing had been built into a city by the Mahish Juzi. To the north of the 3 crossings was the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was difficult to repair. Compared to the ultimate in each of the 4 seas, the 3 crossings and the 2 sections of the Great Wall of Sword Qi could be regarded as one land. The ultimate in each of the wasteland world and the 3 crossings in the northernmost part of the wasteland world would be the 5 footholds of the vast world in the wasteland world. Everyone received 5 booklets. The booklets were very thick and detailed. They described the situation of the 5 entrances in detail. It involved the geographical situation of each sect, kingdom, and tribe in the wasteland world. It also included the exact distribution and reserves of various resources. Yu Panshui stared at the scrolls. If he was not wrong, the scrolls would soon be filled with battles. This plump old man who looked like a rich man asked worriedly, "To the south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi is the blind old man from the 100,000 mountains. What should we do? If we are not careful, the connection between the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the 3 crossings will be cut off by this guy." The golden armored puppets in the 100,000 mountains were not only capable of moving mountains. Once they entered the battlefield, they would cause immeasurable damage to the vast world. Especially when the blind old man was an extremely experienced cultivator of the 14th realm. He was also in his own world. For 10,000 years, even the moon-bearing mountain could only turn a blind eye to him. If the blind old man insisted on blocking the way, who would stop him? Even if they could stop him, most of the top forces of the vast world would be held back. For example, Yu Xian, Great Heavenly Master Zhao Tianlai, and Venerable Fire Dragon. Would they have to accompany the blind old man to drink the northwest wind and bask in the sun every day? As for the ordinary Ascendant Realm cultivators, they were not enough to deal with the blind old man. They might even be stuffed into the teeth of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon guarding the gate and have a few meals. As long as they reached the 14th realm, especially when they had the geographical advantage of the Dao integration stage, it would be a nightmare to fight against them. Teacher Dong wanted to say something, but he hesitated. However, from the looks of it, the Confucian Temple's sect master's expression was not serious. Instead, he seemed to be smiling. Alliance had a strange expression on his face. Good heavens, the blind old man was willing to throw away his dignity for his first disciple. He ran over to the moon-bearing mountain and pretended to be a supporter of the vast world, but in reality, he was not helping either side. He was clearly telling the Confucian Temple the same thing. "I originally wanted to help the moon-bearing mountain, but now I have a good disciple who is both open and closed. Since that kid is also a disciple of the Confucian Temple, I won't side with the vast world. If you need my help in the future, the Confucian Temple can discuss it with my disciple." His words are very useful. Li Huai and the Ascendant Realm Daoist nun, who was his retainer. At this moment, the master and servant, who had a huge age gap, were still happily strolling around the Panshui County. Daoist nun felt that he had benefited from Uncle Li's influence and had become a familiar face in the Confucian Temple. He felt that he would be able to travel the vast world in the future. He did not dare to say that he could enjoy every day, but he no longer had to worry about being struck by lightning or being eaten by flying swords. Li Huai was in a good mood after meeting Qin Pingon. He walked around the bookstore while hinting to Daoist nun if there were any valuable items. He asked Daoist nun to pick something of good quality as a gift and settle the bill with the blind old man, who was more than half his master. They were family, so there was no need to be so polite. Daoist nun was in an even better mood. He promised that he would not let the young master's gift be degrading. At the same time, he immersed his mind in his mini-world and quickly wandered among the items in front of him. He was dazzled. Fortunately, he did not see where the blind old man was standing. Otherwise, he would have been scared out of his wits. The blind old man, who was at the 14th realm, was not easy to kill. It was just a few steps away from the Confucian Temple. None of them knew what kind of shady business the old blind man had done in order to turn from half a master to a master, where he had stuck his old face close to the ground. Old Master Dong didn't say much. After mulling over his words for a while, he gave a vague explanation. This senior, although he was on the opposite side of the discussion earlier, he definitely won't participate in this war. Everyone can rest assured that he won't participate in this war. The 100,000 mountains will remain neutral. Teacher Han poured a cup of 10 flowers wine and drank by himself. Compared to the 100 flowers wine, the quality of the wine was much lower. It was not that the Blessed Land's flower master did not have enough 100 flowers wine, but the Confucian Temple had declined. Moreover, the Confucian temple had paid for all the wine and immortal fruits. Of course, the price was much lower than the market price. In fact, the wine and fruits on the table were almost priceless. However, the sects and immortals who were able to show their faces would not feel that they had suffered a loss. Lu Ji asked telepathically, "How long will this meeting take?" Judging from the Confucian temple's posture, it would take at least a few hours for the door to open. Zuiyu nodded and said, "If it's at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it'll take at least 10 meetings. Qi Tingji smiled and comforted his chief consecrator. "There aren't many meetings like this. As long as we get through this, it'll be difficult to have such meetings in the future." Lu Ji was still not used to it. She took a sip of wine to drown her sorrows. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the so-called meeting of more than 10 peak-level sword immortals on the city wall was actually just a few words from the leader of the sword immortals. If there were no objections, the meeting would pass. Even if the sword workshop and clothing workshop were having their own meetings, a large number of sword immortals would find excuses to leave in less than an hour. It was rare for Lu Ji to participate in important meetings with Dong Sangying or Abbot Qin Shi. The sword immortals did not have the courage to leave, so they gathered outside the meeting hall one by one. They chatted inside while they drank outside. Lu Ji's cultivation level was high. Peak reserve sword immortals like Yu Qing and Mi Hu could sit outside the meeting hall and drink. Some sword immortals in the Jade Realm could also take their time and drink a whole pot of wine. The poor sword immortals whose cultivation level was not high enough were usually kicked back inside after a few sips. Otherwise, they could only stand up and leave after a few glances from the great sword immortals at the side. After all, once half of the seats were empty, the meeting hall would be sparse. It would not look good. However, Dong Sangying and Qin Shi would also come out to drink. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the only exception was probably the Summer Palace led by Qin Pingan. Teacher Han smiled and said, "For this meeting, everyone outside the Confucian temple need not be ashamed to talk about benefits." The vice leader of the Confucian temple, who was the closest confidant to the secondary sage and who was the first to propose a complete theory of Tao, said something surprising today. Fame, wealth, merits, and merit in exchange for the location of a lower sect. Also, there is a limited quota for the next opening of the five-colored world. Everyone can talk about it today. There is nothing to be afraid of. At this point, Teacher Han looked at Wealth God Lu of the Snow Mountain continent and then looked at Song Zhangqiang of the Aquarius continent. The youthful Lu Tue had just finished flipping through the book and unknowingly finished the fruits on the table. He asked, "Other than the various dynasties and vassals of the central divine continent, where do the rest of the military strength come from? Let's just talk about the Fuyao continent. The cultivators on the mountain and the soldiers at the foot of the mountain are not enough." Lu Tue's words could not be considered as airing dirty linen in public. Everyone present knew each other well. The Fuyao continent was only slightly better than the Tongye continent. After the Great Battle, other than the Fuyao continent, which had its mountains and rivers destroyed, the Central Divine Continent, the Snow Mountain Continent, the North Continent, and the Liuxia Continent were relatively intact. Ignoring the casualties of the cultivators on the mountain, the forces at the foot of the mountain were relatively intact. There were a total of 8 people, including Lu Tue. Each of them had a representative in their own continent. The latest book appeared on their tables. Teacher Han said, "After reading it, you can increase or decrease the manpower at your discretion." Wei Ying flipped open the book and quickly finished reading it. Then, she took out a few pieces of white paper from the table and wrote down the names of the cultivators from the True Realm Sept, as well as the forces on the mountain that the Confucian temple had left out. However, other than the True Realm Sect, the other immortals had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be suspected of being generous. At the end of the day, they had to be mutually beneficial. Wei Ying was not foolish enough to make herself the public enemy of an entire continent just to please the Confucian temple. Finally, Wei Ying wrote down the 3 words Tongya sect on a piece of white paper. Then, she raised her head and asked Teacher Han, if the cultivators from the Tongya sect are willing to go to the savage battlefield, will the Confucian temple agree? Teacher Han had an appreciative look on his face. He nodded and said, of course. After Sect Master Wei returns, you can help the Confucian temple discuss this matter with the cultivators from the Tongya sect. As the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, Chao Pu was very familiar with the forces on the mountain and at the foot of the Jinjiao continent. He raised a few objections, and a scholar from the Confucian temple was in charge of answering them. The discussion on the combative soldiers of the 9 continents lasted for an hour. Even then, there was still no final conclusion. Teacher Han gave the Confucian temple's opinion. After this discussion ended, each continent would have another discussion. The Confucian temple would gather more great cultivators from each continent to discuss the details in private. The master of the Zhuolu Songzi suddenly said, the locations of the 4 entrances to the ultimate were clearly carefully selected by the savage battlefield. The spiritual energy was thin, and the resources were barren. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were either rivers or mountains. It was extremely inconvenient for the troops at the foot of the mountain to advance on the battlefield. For the cultivators of the savage battlefield, there was no geographical advantage to speak of. Zhao Tianlai, Jing Juzhong, Pei Bei, Huai Yin, and the others had been stationed at the ultimate or the ferry to prevent the great cultivators of the savage battlefield from tampering with the entrances. In particular, they had to pay attention to the traces of the array masters. Teacher Dong asked, is there anything we need to check and fill in the gaps? Jing Juxin's mind moved slightly. The exit of the ultimate, which was called the Village of Gods, and the crossing of horses were added to the map. Compared to the 2 maps of the Confucian temple that were already very detailed, there were more mountains and rivers. Heavenly Master Zhao raised a hand and put 2 fingers together. He pointed at the exit of the Heaven's Eye returning ruins and said, pointing at the mountains and rivers. Dozens of specks of light of different depths appeared on the painting of mountains and rivers. They were all traces of lurking great demons. Other than that, 6 golden threads appeared at the borders. They were the concealment formations that the great demons of the savage battlefield had meticulously set up. Huai Yin's scalp went numb. Previously, he had been stationed at the ferry and the ultimate for only 2 to 3 years. However, he had been cautious and conscientious. He had been flying around to help the Confucian temple to survey the geography of the mountains and rivers. He had even used talismans to form soldiers and commanded hundreds of puppets to patrol the mountains and rivers. He had not rested for a single day. He thought that he had achieved outstanding results. He had thought that he would outshine the others, but he had still been at a disadvantage. The city lord of the White Emperor City and the Grand Heavenly Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were not concealing their abilities. They had purposely concealed these secrets from the Confucian temple. It was obvious that Jing Juzhong and Zhao Tianlai had used their own techniques to investigate the ultimate after they had left the ferry. For the first time, Venerable Fiery Dragon was embarrassed. It was infuriating to compare himself to others. He had become a good-for-nothing. He had no choice but to put in more effort the next time he was in the savage battlefield. A tree needs its bark, and a man needs his face. One should not be too greedy. Yu Xian asked, could the ultimate be hiding something from the moon-supporting mountain? Teacher Dong nodded and said, we can't rule out this possibility. Yuan Yen said, we have to prepare for the worst. We can assume that every fellow Daoist in the ultimate has a sovereign stage demon whose combat power is equivalent to Imperial Concubine Fei. Lu Qi smiled and asked, does Mountain Elder Yuan have a countermeasure? Yuan Yen nodded. Another small booklet appeared on the table. Ordinary scholars could talk without doing anything. The root of this was that they could raise problems but could not solve them. Or perhaps, they had never thought of solving the problem. Lu Qi flipped open the booklet and nodded with a smile. Teacher Yuan's words were targeted. The names of Lady Tantan of the Lushui Pit, the water lords of the 5 Great Lakes, including Marquis Li Yi of the Bright Moon Lake, and a large number of water gods, water immortals, and water descendants appeared in the booklet. Among them were the Water Lord of the Mirage Lake of the Middle Plains, the Duke of Spirit Origin of the Northern Reed Continent, and Shen Lin of the Nanchuan Hole. The Marquis of Longting, Li Yuan. The Water God of the Tiefu River of the Dali Dynasty of the Aquarius Continent, Yang Hua. The Old Flood Dragon of the Qiantang River in the southeast. In short, the high-ranking water gods of the various continents, their general forces, and the depth of their water residences were all recorded in detail by the Confucian Temple. Alliant said in amazement, the water god's escort. Interesting. Before the troops and horses were mobilized, the rations had to be prepared first. Where would the troops come from and how they would march? Next, it was time to discuss the matter of setting up camp in the wilderness. Mahis Ju Zi's city at the Earth Vein Ferry would continuously move south. Within the city, he could station 200,000 elites from the foot of the mountain. Other than that, the 3 branches of Moism had more than 6,000 people. They would work together with the craftsmen to send out a total of 12,000 Qi cultivators. Both parties would rely on the Bingzhu and Zuma ferries respectively to build a huge city that could also move south. The other 4 ultimate ruins entrances were all set up. The Yu Xian Talisman lineage and the Celestial Master residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were at the ultimate ruins of Heaven's Eye and God's Village respectively. They would use talisman strongmen mountain-moving puppets to open up roads, move mountains, and build bridges. The military cultivators and yin-yang formation masters were at the ultimate ruins of Tattoos and Sunfall respectively. They were in charge of building large formations and gathering the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers. The Shang clan was in charge of spending money. They would use the immortal money to create the heavenly anomalies of the 4 ultimate ruins. The Qi cultivators of the Nong family and the Yao family were in charge of planting immortal herbs and 5 grains. Apart from that, the Confucian Temple would mobilize all the remaining sword boats and ferries that the noble world had built previously but had not used. The Confucian Temple would be responsible for all the debts that the Song clan owed to the Moism. The Confucian Temple would also give the Song clan an additional sum of immortal money. Song Zhengqiang said, give the Dali dynasty at least 3 sections. Old Master Dong smiled and said, that's feasible. Just 3, no more. Venerable Fiery Dragon said in a deep voice, even if the sword cultivators of the North Continent are willing to join the battlefield, the Confucian Temple will have to do something. Old Master Dong nodded and said, of course. The Grand Chancellor of the Li Ji Academy smiled and said, Venerable, please come up with a plan. The Confucian Temple will wait for the sword cultivators of different realms to be compensated. The North Continent can just say the word. The Grand Chancellor said to Lin Junbai, Junbai, you will be in charge of communicating with Venerable Fiery Dragon about this. Lin Junbai stood up and bowed to Venerable Fiery Dragon. He did not say anything. He was a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. Hence, he was considered part of the North Continent. Hence, there was no need for formalities with Venerable Fiery Dragon. Even if he said another word, it would be redundant. Venerable Fiery Dragon had a good impression of this lad. He was pleasing to the eye. It was said that he had been a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage for a few years in the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had even joined the battlefield many times. As for breaking through 3 realms in 3 years, that was not the most important thing. Old Master Han suddenly said, Venerable, you can tell all the sword cultivators of the North Continent that even if you are going to travel on your sword in the wilderness, you don't have to use your sword. The Confucian temple will still pay you regardless of your realm. You don't have to feel embarrassed. Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled and asked, what if it's a young sword cultivator who is going to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the first time? Will the Confucian temple still pay you? Old Master Dong said seriously, of course, we will. Even if the Confucian temple needs to borrow money from others, we won't even frown. The god of wealth of the Liu family from the Snow Mountain continent smiled and said, for the next 100 years, we won't take the 10% of the Liu family's income from spending money on snow. Old Master Dong smiled and asked, isn't such a deal inappropriate? Liu Jubao smiled and did not say anything. Old Master Han nodded and said, since God of Wealth Liu has said so, the Confucian temple can't reject it. Otherwise, it will seem pretentious. Liu Jubao nodded slightly. It was an eye-opener for Venerable Fiery Dragon. Did Old Master Dong say that the Confucian temple should not feel embarrassed when talking about money? Venerable Fiery Dragon glanced at the fat woman. Madame Tan was a little confused. Yu Xian smiled and comforted her telepathically, that's how a poor person looks at a rich person. Madame Tan, you don't have to care about this jealousy. Madame Tan was reminded and immediately said with a trembling voice, Lu Shui Pit is willing to give up all its assets and let the Confucian temple take care of it. People could not go beyond the sky. People who saw gods would like to visit mountains. People who saw ghosts would be afraid of the dark. She was really afraid that Venerable Fiery Dragon would be in trouble. He was a great celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a bandit leader of the North Continent. It took him more than a few days to block the entrance of Lu Shui Pit. The two gigantic fire dragons that were 10,000 feet long swam rapidly in the water and circled around Lu Shui Pit every day. That was nothing. Most importantly, Venerable Fiery Dragon dared to say anything and was shameless enough to say anything. He had to help Madame Tan calculate the days outside the gate every day. This was because Venerable Fiery Dragon said that Brother Zhao of Dragon Tiger Mountain was his sworn brother. After receiving the message from his flying sword, Brother Zhao immediately left the mountain with his seal and sword and would soon visit Lu Shui Pit. Madame Tan naturally felt that every day was like a year. She could only brace herself and endure till the end. As for the group of aquatic demons hiding in Lu Shui Pit, they trembled every day as if they were mourning the death of their parents. Day after day, they felt that they could see the Celestial Master's face every day. Then, the Celestial Master's sword would slash open the seal of Lu Shui Pit, and the Celestial Master's seal would slap them. Wouldn't they all die then? Madame Tantan's words at least left some leeway. She said to take care of them, but she did not say that they would be given away for free. However, if the Confucian temple was ruthless, they would all be blackmailed. At most, she would just treat it as a loss of wealth. Disregarding the fishing immortal who was guarding Dragon Rest Stone and the lone rider of the South Sea, the Lu Shui Pit had tens of thousands of prawn soldiers and crab generals. Other than a rare guest like Venerable Fire Dragon, the Lu Shui Pit was a true overlord in the sea. Moreover, every world was originally one of the ancient ruins. There were many relics of the ancient battlefield left behind in the Howran Sea. There were also many opportunities for immortals. The sea was vast, and Lu Shui Pit had many underlings. Over thousands of years, they had plundered many treasures. They were all heavenly and earthly treasures of good quality. Otherwise, ordinary items would not be able to catch the eye of Madame Tan. She only said that the piles of dragon pearls were not allowed to be stored in the treasure vault. Gradually turning yellow. There was once a great cultivator who took the initiative to look for her, hoping to trade the dragon pearls. In the end, the Lu Shui Pit, which was clearly a profitable business, did not even open its doors. Earning such a small amount of money. She was flustered. Then, the Confucian temple gave her a list of cultivators who were stationed in various places. They were responsible for the initial safety of the 5 wildlands. When the battle lines were fully spread out, they did not need to be retainers anymore. The people on the list were required to be present. Other than that, the Confucian Temple would continue to add people to the list. None of the top forces in the Hauran Sea would be left out. No one could stay out of it. At the heavenly eye of the ruins of Sinkhole, the 2 vice leaders of the Confucian Temple, the 3 chancellors of the Confucian Temple, the heavenly home, Yu Xian, Xiao Tianlai, the venerable fire dragon, Bai Shang, Ming Yi, Xing Juzhong, Pei Wan, Huayin, Gua Hutting, Lu Tuesday Xingxiang, Sunset, Su Zi, Lu Qi, Song Zhengqiang, Wei Ying, the Great Wall of Sword Aura, Qi Tingji, Lu Ji. Alliance, left and right. Teacher Dong said, at the moment, we can only talk about strategies on paper. Let's make a few simulations of the battlefield. A group of strategists from the Confucian Temple, including Yuan Yan, chose the wildlands to fight against Hauran on the 5 battlefields. Xing Juzhong glanced at the soldiers on both sides who were advancing on the battlefields and did not say anything. The most basic and fundamental method of calculation was the most important thing. The city master of White Emperor City did not say anything. However, the Confucian Temple did not plan to let go of this chess player who was regarded as the first of the world. The 3 ancestral masters of the Confucian school were especially eager to hear Xing Juzhong's words. The simulation of the battlefield was like the construction of a building. The so-called general rules were the key. Only when the basic structure of the building was stable could the upper level be added or subtracted at will. The mortise and tenon style, the rotation system, where the curve came from, the tilt rules of the side feet and the rise, the rules of the big woodwork and the cutting. Take the simplest example. How could 2 cultivators of the Earth Immortal tribe with different cultivation paths accurately determine their combat strength on the battlefield? It would not be 2 rigid numbers. There must be fluctuations. Otherwise, the simulation would be child's play. Even if this fluctuation was taken into account, as long as it was not perfect enough and the errors continued to accumulate, the result of the sand table deduction would be nothing more than a pile of paper. The Confucian Temple's self-mocking armchair strategist was just a pile of paper. Lu Ji said, the Summer Palace seemed to have tried it, but it did not succeed. Suiyu nodded and said, it was too difficult. There were too few sword cultivators who were proficient in calculation at that time. Also, no one dared to try it. Alliance sighed and said, if only I was at the Summer Palace. I could definitely help Qin Pingon. Qi Tingji thought of something and asked curiously, what's the matter with that dragon slayer? Alliance lifted his chin and pointed at Huai Xian, who was dressed in white and looked as elegant as himself. You can ask him. The dragon slayer from 3,000 years ago was indeed strange. Not only did he act unreasonably, but his unification of the Wei and his realm drop were also unpredictable. Even if Liang had to say that killing the flood dragon was like chopping melons and vegetables. Every flood dragon he saw would be chopped to death, and every flood dragon he saw would be chopped to death. Regarding this matter, Alliance even went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to ask his boss about it. It did not make sense for him to be so fierce. No matter how good his swordsmanship was, he could not be better than Qin Qingdou. No matter how broad his swordsmanship was, Alliance did not think that the dragon slayer was stronger than him. However, even if Liang were to face those horde of flood dragons, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to kill them as easily as the green-robed man did. His sword fell like rain. However, his boss replied that he could not be stronger than him. Why should he waste his time thinking about it? Go figure it out yourself. Alliance was so angry that he almost brought his 2 children to the thatched hut to water it secretly at night. Now, it was even stranger. The dragon slayer might have dropped in realm back then, which was why he disappeared for 3,000 years. Then, he merged with the Wei and broke through, returning to the 14th realm. Therefore, Alliance asked Jing Juzhong telepathically, Brother Huaixian. There's something that I'm confused about, and I hope that elder brother can help me. Jing Juzhong smiled. I can't help. Jing Juzhong and the Dragon Slayer, the master and disciple, actually met in the Aquarius continent after a long separation. At that time, Jing Juzhong's disciple was already stronger than the teacher. At that time, the blind old Taoist, Jia Qing, admitted that his cultivation was not as good as Jing Juzhong's. As for now, it was hard to say. When Pei Bei returned to the central divine continent from the inverted mountain, this female martial god of the great Duan dynasty had asked the White Emperor city. Both of them were part of the 10 of the central divine continent. However, the outside world only heard that the two of them did not have a clear winner in the Battle of Pei Bei. But in truth, the two of them did not fight at all. Jing Juzhong said to Pei Bei, wait until you have crossed that threshold, then come back with all your strength. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity? Pei Bei did not feel that Jing Juzhong was boasting shamelessly, so she agreed. Over at the White Emperor city, the news spread that it was a draw. Actually, the two of them were just drinking in the colorful clouds. Jing Juzhong even played a game of chess with Chao Ci. Chao Ci's chess skills were not bad, but the knowledge of this young martial artist was overshadowed by his dazzling martial arts talent. In truth, Chao Ci's 4 arts were not bad. Alliance and Qi Tingji's doubts were long gone by Jing Juzhong's eldest disciple, Fu Jing. Little White Emperor, Fu Jing, as a pure sword cultivator, was very focused on winning and losing. He really wanted to ask the sword master. Anyways, as long as the cultivators of the White Emperor city had the ability, they could even kill their master. Jing Juzhong had once meticulously planned a rebellion for a full 600 years. Han Chaosa and the other junior brothers, as well as several direct disciples like Fu Jing, worked together to become guest elders and worshippers. The mastermind who was trying to change the entire White Emperor city was a person formed by one of Jing Juzhong's thoughts, who had been kept in the dark. Then, he had roped in a large group of hostile forces of White Emperor city. He was so confident that he felt that it would not be a problem for him to kill someone in the 14th level. From beginning to end, only that idiot Lu Qiqing did not participate. Jing Juzhong was greatly disappointed with this junior brother of the Glass Pavilion master. He felt that Lu Qiqing was a piece of trash, but more or less, he felt warmth towards his fellow disciples. As for those who participated in the betrayal, Jing Juzhong did not settle accounts with any of the White Emperor city cultivators. They were a bunch of trash that could only be kept as decorations. As for the hostile factions that Jing Juzhong had colluded with himself, their fates were more pitiful. In the next 300 years, Jing Juzhong didn't kill anyone, but the ancestral master halls had endless internal strife, scheming against each other. Within the same sect, there was an endless stream of assassination methods, and every time a cultivator succeeded, they would feel complacent. 2 sects of the Central Plains that originally had deep backgrounds slaughtered each other to their heart's content. In the end, they slaughtered each other to the point where they couldn't even keep their title. The most terrifying part was that even Fu Jing, Jing Juzhong's first disciple, still had doubts in the depths of his heart. Was he Fu Jing, or was he one of his master's avatars? Panshui County. Gu Ken was playing chess by himself. Martial Aunt Han Chaosu was sitting at the door. She suddenly called out to her senior apprentice brother. Jing Juzhong ignored her. He walked into the room and sat across from the chessboard. Han Chaosa also didn't care. Gu Ken slowly put down the chessboard in his hands. He looked up and asked, "Is the meeting over?" Jing Juzhong shook his head. "I'm still in the middle of a meeting." I distracted myself and came here. In the entire White Emperor city, the only person who could make Jing Juzhong talk a little more was this new disciple who had just been accepted a few years ago. Gu Kan said, if Grandmaster wants to maintain the 14th realm, does it mean that there must be at least one true dragon in the human world? This was actually a paradox. Grandmaster swore to kill all the true dragons in the world. Therefore, with this great wish, his sword heart combined with the Tao heart sword and became a 14th realm cultivator. However, once he really killed all the true dragons, his realm would drop and he would become an ascendant realm sword cultivator again. Moreover, he would be devoured by his sword heart and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Jing Juzhong nodded. Han Chaosith suddenly turned her head. Obviously, she was shocked by this statement. Regarding the realm of the Dragon Slayer, some said that it was the 14th realm, some said that it was the peak of the Ascendant realm. Some even said that the reason why he could slay a dragon was because he had the 4th immortal sword in addition to Tai Bai, Wanfa, and Daoist canon. Gu Kan was puzzled. Grandmaster is also a native of Hauran. Why didn't he attract the hatred of the extraterrestrial gods after becoming a 14th realm sword cultivator? Is it because the flood dragons betrayed us and sided with us? Jing Juzhong smiled. Something like that. Gu Kan said, however, the rise of the flood dragons is the general trend. 791, the two of them reunited in the Green Mountains and clear waters. They were no longer a young man and a young girl. Hearing Li Baoping's loud greeting, Chen Pingon smiled and nodded. He joked, you can drink now. You don't have to hide it. Little martial uncle is also a drunkard. Li Baoping smiled brightly and said, I'm an old girl. Chen Pingon was speechless. Normally, Li Baoping would say, you're an adult now, you can drink. It was not until this moment that Chen Pingon remembered that Li Baoping and Li Huai were not young anymore. However, he had no choice. He always liked to think of them as children. In fact, according to the customs of his hometown, the people who had traveled far back in those days should have been married long ago. Their children might have reached the age of kiln workers' apprentices. Now, Li Baoping only needed to raise her eyes slightly to see little martial uncle. She blinked and said, fortunately, little martial uncle looks exactly as I imagined. So even if you did not greet me just now, I would have recognized you at a glance. Chen Pingon reached out and patted Li Baoping's head. He smiled and said, in little martial uncle's eyes, there seems to be no difference except that I'm taller. It seemed that she was still the little girl in red who ran in the streets of his hometown with a locust tree branch on her shoulder. Thinking of this, Chen Pingon was not so sad. Thus, he quietly gave up the idea of taking out the blade-strengthening gourd to drink. When he was 14 years old, when only little Baoping followed him to travel far away, Chen Pingon occasionally felt confused. Would the little girl really not be tired after walking so far? She would at least complain, but she never did. Chen Pingon could not help but smile. No matter how hard he tried, he would still smile. He took out a small bamboo chair and handed it to Li Baoping. The two of them sat by the water. Chen Pingon lifted the rod again, hung the bait, and threw the rod skillfully again. He turned his head and said, there is still a fishing rod. Li Baoping sat at the side and shook her head gently. Then, she lifted her feet and tapped her shoes. I'll just watch little Ant Master fish. Lazy people are blessed with laziness. At the foot of Chen Pingon's bamboo chair, there was a fish basket tied to the water and a large stone was used to press the rope. Li Baoping got up and squatted by the water. She pulled the bamboo basket out of the water and found that there were many fish inside. They were all golden carps unique to the Yuanyang Zhu. However, these golden carps were actually not related to the narcissus. They just looked cute. After adding scallions, ginger, and garlic, they would definitely be delicious no matter steamed or braised. The youngest uncle's culinary skills were very good. Li Baoping shook the fish basket in her hand, swallowed her saliva secretly, and asked in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Uncle, have you brought all the seasonings for the grilled fish?" Chen Pingan nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, pots and pans, cooking wine, spicy soy sauce, salt and vinegar, white sugar, cinnamon, ginger, onions and garlic." In terms of cooking skills, little Ant Master has only lost once in his life. He has to get back at me. Li Baoping grinned. She knew that when they were in the Huangting Kingdom, they were invited to have a meal at the residence of an assistant minister who had retired to the mountains. At the dining table, everyone wolfed down the food, especially Li Huai, who was the most heartless. He complained that the youngest Ant Master's food was tasteless and even complained that the youngest Ant Master could not catch a big fish. How could a palm-sized fish be called a fish? Look at the fish head on the table. It's bigger than your whole fish. Look at the big plate and the soup. The youngest Ant Master was a little angry that time. The immortals fishing in the water on the mountain was the same principle as the chi cultivators drinking at the table. If one used spells to change their supernatural powers, it would be a very unpleasant business. In the words of the world's most famous fisherman, Zhang Taoxia, since one was so capable, one should use spells to move the river. The entire river would be one's. What was a few hundred or a few thousand caddies of fish? Did one have to fill it with something close to them and sell it for money? Did his family run a restaurant or a fish market? Li Baoping watched the tug-of-war without blinking. She said casually, "I came all the way here from the Great Wall of Sword Chi with Mr. Mao. Previously, I was by Sister Yu's side, but she has more and more things to do. She has to busy herself with receiving people every day." I bid farewell and left. Chen Pingan nodded and suddenly asked with a smile, "How's the chess skills of Shao Yuan dynasty's Jiang Qi? Can he win against the city lord of Baidi City?" Chen Pingan had heard of Jiang Longxiang's name for a long time. Back in the Summer Palace, he had asked Lin Junbai about this person's legendary deeds. Chen Pingan knew that when he was young, he was recognized as a child prodigy. Moreover, he was already famous for his chess skills. When he went to the capital, he won one chess game a year. 7 years later, he was known as the second Shao Yuan dynasty, second only to the imperial tutor Chao Pu. Later, a young man named Zhou Dongjiang appeared in a vassal state of the Shao Yuan dynasty. According to age, he was 2 generations lower than Jiang Longxiang. Zhou Dongjiang was proud and arrogant. Before he reached the age of 20, he thought that he had reached the level of second-hand. That meant that Jiang Longxiang would at most let him play 2 chess pieces. It would be hard to predict who would win or lose. However, Jiang Longxiang insisted that this junior's chess skills were still third-hand for the time being. Both sides eventually agreed to a battle at the Fast Pavilion. That was how the Fast Pavilion chess record was created. Although it was just a game of chess, both sides had exhausted their minds and thoughts. This famous Jiang Qi saint probably still didn't know that the young recluse of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had actually admired him for a long time. Li Baoping said with a smile, "Anyway, he asked Lin Junbai to guard the arena together with him, but he didn't play with Lin Junbai." Later, when Fu Jing really climbed the mountain, he quickly let Yu Qingqing sit down. He disappeared and didn't even watch the game. Later, when Fu Jing left, he showed up and helped Yu Qingqing to review the game. It was wonderful here and there, and it was inappropriate there. It seems that, not to mention Little Emperor, even if Castellan Jing went up the mountain personally, he could tie with Lin Junbai. Chen Pingan said with a smile, "What do you think? Our chess saint, Jiang Qixing, has only won 1 chess player a year in the capital city of Shaoyuan in his hometown. For 7 years, he hasn't lost a single time. In fact, it's all because of his chess skills. This requires precise inspection of his chess skills and careful selection of his opponent. He also needs to be thick-skinned. Outside the chessboard, he's the best of the best. Then, he quickly looks for wine to drink, tidies himself up, and tactfully refuses the identity of a chess player bestowed by the emperor in front of everyone. He's very arrogant, heroic, and awe-inspiring. If I were the emperor of the Shaoyuan dynasty, I would directly give him a golden plaque to bear the burden of righteousness. Li Baoping nodded and said, "Then I'll give you another pair of couplets." On the chessboard, he moves like a dragon and a tiger. In the officialdom, he is as smooth as flowing water. With a horizontal stroke, he is invincible in the world. The top, middle, and bottom couplets were all gathered. Chen Pingan couldn't help laughing and said, "If Martial Uncle didn't guess wrong, when Jiang Qi Saint and Yu Qingqing reviewed the game, there must be a few people around them who were responsible for shocking them." Li Baoping laughed and said, "Yes, it's not surprising at all." They chatted while walking the fish. In the end, Chen Pingan successfully pulled the rod and dragged a black carp that weighed more than 20 kilograms to the shore. The fish basket was a little small. Since he had enough fish today, Chen Pingan didn't think about it. Besides, the meat of the black carp was ordinary and not delicious. However, the meat was thick and had few bones, so it was more suitable for smoking and marinating. Chen Pingan squatted on the shore, skillfully took off the fish hook, and gently held the back of the black carp. After a while, he let go. The big black carp, which was choking in the light, suddenly swung its tail, splashing water, and quickly went into the deep water. Chen Pingan raised his head and smiled at Li Baoping. He seemed to be saying, "See, this is the big fish that Li Huai has been thinking about." Li Baoping raised her hands and gave a thumbs up. Chen Pingan sat back on the bamboo chair and said with a smile, "Why don't we go to Auto Mountain?" Li Baoping's eyes lit up. "Put a gunny sack and beat the stun stick." Chen Pingan complained, "How can a scholar do such a thing? It's not easy to walk on the mountain road at night. If someone bumps into something, we can't help them. Good intentions do bad things." Li Baoping said seriously, "Yes, yes." Then she hit her palm with her fist and said, "Then I have to change my clothes and do good deeds without leaving my name." In fact, when she met her brother Li Shixing, he said that she didn't have to pay attention to the family rule of wearing red clothes. However, Li Baoping didn't want to change later. Some habits would be hard to get used to once they were changed. The children born and raised in Lizhu Cave were the least emotional about leaving their hometown. After all, they would spend the rest of their lives in that place, so there was no need to talk about whether they were resigned to their fate or not. That had been the case for generations. Being born in that place, they felt as if they had spent their entire lives there. Even if they left, they would not go far. Every family would go to their graves on Qingming Day, with a piece of fatty meat, rice cake, and tofu each placed on a white porcelain plate. It would take the elderly, young, and strong children at most 2 hours to visit all the graves. If they met on the mountain road, the elders would laugh and chat with each other, and the children would even laugh and play with each other. When they arrived at each grave, the elders would talk to their children about what generation was lying in the grave. Some impatient adults simply stopped talking. It was very popular both on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. There was a young master from a large sect in the north of the Golden Armor continent, Lotus City. The city where his sect was located was built on a huge lotus leaf. The lotus bloomed once every 300 years. Each time it bloomed, it would be a natural city-protecting formation that was not afraid of the flying swords of sword immortals. Legend had it that this lotus was an item from the Tao ancestors' small lotus grotto heaven. As for how it spread to Lotus City, there were many different opinions. One of the most mysterious theories was that the Tao ancestor plucked the lotus and threw it into the vast world for some reason. Another more credible theory was that after the old master's son of the great mystic sect lent his sword to the person he was most proud of in the mortal world, the two of them drank and got drunk. The old immortal who was traveling far and wide took out a purple gold lotus seed and watered it with the wine in his cup. In the blink of an eye, a lotus emerged from the water and stood tall. Then, it bloomed suddenly and was as big as a mountain. There was a young man who liked to look at people from the corner of his eyes. Many changes in his thoughts were reflected in the curvature of his mouth. It was said that in the dynasty where the Song family of Zhuolu was from the emperor to the commoners, it was popular to wear flower hairpins. After entering the mountains to cultivate and ascend, as long as one had the heart, they would realize that the people around them were people they had either seen or heard of. Was it useful? It did not seem to have much meaning. This was because most people would just pass by and never meet again. They would just be passers-by on the road of life. Just like the martial artist Wang Shi at the ruins of the immortal residence, the little fox in the mountains outside Jingzhou city of Meili country, the young man in the dog meat shop in Shihao country, and Sun Dengxian who Chen Pingan respectfully called hero, from the bottom of his heart. Was it useless? That might not be the case. Among the crowd, there might be people like Song Lanqiao on the sunny road, Lu Jimao on the winding road, or Ma Kushuan on the single-plank bridge that only allowed one person to pass. Perhaps it was because of Chen Pingan's appearance that the old master Wang Yuanzhang on the night boat and the sword immortal Fu Lingqing, the leader of the Tongyi sect, could still see each other from afar even though they were already separated by life and death. As for Madame Huanyan who saw him from afar and left without greeting him, Chen Pingan pretended that he did not know. It was quite good because there seemed to be a young flower goddess who came from the blessed land of 100 flowers beside Madame Huanyan. Otherwise, what else could they do when they saw each other? They would chat about the good weather and whether they had eaten. When Li Baoping appeared, both sides began to whisper and discuss. A guest of the Xia clan who was sitting on a praying mat and concentrating on breathing was an old sword immortal in the unpolished jade realm. When the old man saw the girl in red earlier, he could not help but sigh, what a potential cultivator. The sun is bright in the sky, surrounded by clouds. Jade and gold, one mind and spirit, close to the Tao. The old man did not use his inner thoughts when he said these words. A handsome young man from the Qiu clan said hesitantly, it seems to be Li Baoping from the Cliff Academy. Because Li Baoping had a debate with Yuan Yan, and because he was a Confucian scholar from the Cliff Academy in the Aquarius continent, he was indeed more eye-catching in the Li Ji Learning Palace. A young woman with a plump figure casually glanced at the green-robed man who was pulling a fish in a funny manner and smiled, since she called him young martial uncle. He must be from the Aquarius continent. He must be a gentleman from the Cliff Academy. Otherwise, there is no such person in the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest. Song Zhangqiang of the Dali dynasty, Jiang clan of Cloud Forest, and the Divine Grandeur sect. Only these three groups of people from the Aquarius continent came to the Confucian temple. Song Zhangqiang of the Dali dynasty was alone. This martial artist who was rumored to have reached the 11th realm was famous in the world. The Divine Grandeur sect was a Daoist sect. Everyone wore Daoist robes and a fishtail crown. As for the green-robed man who had a Fengzuan item, it was not surprising. The strange thing was that there were two small chairs made of ordinary green bamboo in the Fengzuan item. Chen Pingan actually paid more attention to the flower hairpin child in the end. It was not because First Seat Zhou had an illegitimate son in the Lotus Blossom blessed land who was nicknamed Flower Hairpin Child. It was because the way this guy looked at Li Baoping was not in the right way. For example, the other disciples of the wealthy clans were also stunned when they saw Li Baoping. However, they were definitely not as secretive and sneaky as this guy. It was as if they were already scheming and ready to take action at any time. Chen Pingan made a mental note in his heart. Everyone loved beauty. This was human nature. It was normal to take a few more glances at a good-looking girl. In the wine shops of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were many people who openly stared at girls passing by. Not to mention the gazes, there were also frequent whistles from bachelors. However, that kind of gaze did not belong to a sword cultivator. Instead, it was like hops floating in a bowl. It was gone with a gulp. However, some gazes were like the slug in the lion garden of Qinghuan country. They were sticky and greasy. Moreover, people with such gazes would often be in his territory, looking for prey and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Chen Pingan continued to quietly sense the flower hairpin child's qi ripples. Li Baoping was silent for a long time. Then, she said softly, "Little martial uncle, I was not there twice when you offered incense at the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. I'm sorry." Chen Pingan waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay. It's nothing. Little martial uncle had already prepared a place for you to study at the Luopa Mountain and the photo reading post." Yu Lu and Xie Xie had already chosen the photo reading post and occupied 2 mansions. They did not stand on ceremony with me at all. However, little martial uncle has something to tell you. Actually, Weixia Peak and Yuanmu Peak have 2 places. That place is truly beautiful and tranquil. Little martial uncle had purposely not told anyone about this. No one was in a hurry to build a mansion because they had all been secretly circled by little martial uncle. In the future, I will bring you there to take a look. If you choose, little martial uncle will get people to build a mansion and a library. Weixia Peak is better to watch the sunrise and sunset. However, the sea of clouds at Yuanmu Peak is better than the Luopa Mountain. When the weather is clear, you can see the lake near the Yellow Lake Mountain. The scenery is beautiful. Therefore, little martial uncle suggested that you choose Yuanmu Peak. Little martial uncle also planned to pave all the mountain paths on Yuanmu Peak with large strips of bluestone slabs and bamboo fences on both sides. During the journey, you will pass by an extremely high cliff. There is an ancient pine tree that is at least 1,000 years old. Between the pine trees, there are vines that connect the tree to the wall like a big salamander. When the time comes, I will ask an expert to help engrave a notice on the cliff. If I can ask Su Zi and Lu Qi to engrave the notice, that would be the best. However, it will be difficult. After all, it is not as simple as asking for a copybook. The 2 seniors have to go to the Luopa Mountain as guests. If it is not possible, little martial uncle will have to ask your 2 martial uncles to do it. In short, Yuanmu Peak was a good place for studying. The sky breeze was cold and refreshing, and the bells in the library were ringing. It sounded pretty good, right? When you got tired of flipping through the books, you could walk out of the library and look at the scenery in the distance. All these years, little martial uncle has bought a lot of books for you on my travels. Just at the Tushan ferry in the southernmost part of Tongya continent, I bought a lot of books. It is a big sack that weighs about 100 caddies. They are all precious books from the wealthy families in the county. Little martial uncle said so much in one breath. Li Baoping listened carefully and her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Li Baoping asked, "Little martial uncle, have you celebrated your birthday in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so many years?" Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and smiled. "It is not that I forgot. I just didn't have the time. I really haven't." When he was young in his hometown, Chen Pingan did not have the habit of celebrating his birthday. Lu Xianyang did not either. He found it troublesome and pretentious. Only the little slug could eat a meal of fish at home on his birthday. And a day or 2 before Gu Kan's birthday, Chen Pingan would drag Lu Xianyang into the mountains and the water. Chen Pingan changed the topic. I heard from Cui Dongshan that the young man, Jiang Taigong, is called Su Bai, right? Little martial uncle met him when he attended the meeting. Actually, Chen Pingan had asked a lot about Li Baoping after returning home twice. Therefore, he knew a lot. He had been studying in the academy for so many years. He had visited the Fox Nation and met Pei Qian at the Yu family in the Central Plains. Even when he was at the Merit Forest, Chen Pingan did not forget to ask his teacher about the little treasure bottle. For example, he asked about the details of the dispute with Yuan Yan. Chen Pingan had specially flipped through many books in the Confucian Temple during the 2 days he was at the Merit Forest. In the end, during the dispute between the two of them, Chen Pingan, as Li Baoping's little martial uncle, could not help much. Li Baoping sighed. He's a troublemaker. He only stopped after my brother taught him a lesson. Chen Pingan held back his laughter and nodded. He's just one of the 10 young candidates. He's not worthy of our little treasure bottle. He's far from it. Li Baoping rolled her eyes and leaned back on the bamboo chair. She did not want to talk about Su Bai anymore. She was the only one among the group of children who had traveled to study and cultivated the qi of Confucianism step by step. As for asking Lin Shi and Xie Xia about immortal spells, and asking Yu Lu about martial arts, Li Baoping seemed to be just interested. Chen Pingan asked, "Have you been bullied during your travels all these years?" Li Baoping shook her head. No. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Little martial uncle's swordsmanship is still very average. However, traveling through mountains and rivers requires strength. Therefore, his martial arts are passable. He can't beat an ascendant, but he can still beat an immortal. I remember. There's really one." Li Baoping suddenly slapped the chair and turned to smile at little martial uncle. "It's at the edge of the Fox Nation in Qingfeng City. Gu Ken was also there. He's very loyal." I was surprised. Chen Pingan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Li Baoping was about to talk about this topic. She blinked and said in her mind, "My brother is here." Chen Pingan turned to look. It was Li Shixing. Moreover, Chen Pingan did not detect the slightest trace of Li Shixing and Li Baoping's conversation. This was a good thing. The two of them got up from the bamboo chair at the same time. Li Baoping smiled and said, "Little martial uncle, there's an acquaintance." Chen Pingan smiled and did not say anything. The group of people slowly walked over. In addition to Li Baoping's elder brother, Li Shixing, there was also Zhou Li, who came from the Divine Grandeur sect to the Middle Continent. Lady Gui was followed by an old man. He was called an old man because of his age. In fact, he was just a middle-aged man with a dull expression. He Xiaoliang, the sect master of the Cooling sect, and Gao Jianfu, the nascent soul cultivator of the Divine Grandeur sect. They were once the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Divine Grandeur sect. The two of them appeared together in the Lizhu Grotto heaven. Except for Zhou Li, Chen Pingan indeed knew them. As they approached, Chen Pingan and Li Shixing bowed and greeted Lady Gui with a smile. Lady Gui smiled and nodded. Chen Pingan gave a fist salute to Zhou Li. "Greetings, Mr. Zhou." It was said that this person would be the next sect master of the Qing Xian sect. The reputation and foundation of the Qing Xian sect in the Middle Continent was only slightly inferior to the mountain where the talisman Yuxian was and the celestial master residence of the Longhu Mountain. The main reason was that the current sect master of the Qing Xian sect had been in closed-door training for 600 years. As for the Qing Xian sect of the Middle Earth, which was an upper sect of the Divine Grandeur sect, its orthodox lineage was the lineage of the White Jade Capital's chief. This was yet another unresolved Daoist case that left outsiders puzzled. For some reason, Zhou Li did not participate in any of the meetings held in the Confucian Temple. Chen Pingan hesitated for a while before addressing him as Mr. Zhou. Zhou Li smiled and returned a Daoist bow to Chen Pingan. He said in his mind, I've heard of your name for a long time. It's my honor to meet you today. He Xiaoyang smiled and said, Chen Pingan. She only said his name when she opened her mouth. However, as she spoke, He Xiaoyang used a celestial spell to isolate a small world. Did she accidentally expose herself or did she do it on purpose? Chen Pingan said, Congratulations, sect master. He only replied with his identity. Old Josie nodded and said to himself, Kid, you're quite promising. I didn't misjudge you in the past. Otherwise, I would have scolded you today. Madame Gui turned her head. Old Josie immediately shut up. Gu Qingsong, or Xian Chao, had not shown up in the Middle Continent for a long time. He did not expect to reappear in the Jianghu. He did not disappoint at all. At Panshui County, he made a name for himself in a single battle. With a few words, he scolded Jing Juzhong, Han Chaose, Lu Qiqing, and Fu Jing. Putting aside the sparring of Daoist spells, it was as if the entire White Emperor city had been wiped out by him. Most importantly, Gu Qingsong could still leave alive and well. Even when Han Chaose and Lu Qiqing appeared at the gate, old Josie was still able to escape unscathed. Chen Pingan and old Josie had not only met but also chatted on Osmanthus Island. At that time, Chen Pingan, who was still in his youth, had almost imparted some knowledge to old Josie. Even though Chen Pingan knew old Josie's identity and that he was Lu Chen's eldest disciple, Chen Pingan did not feel any ill will towards him. One could distinguish right from wrong and wrong from kindness. Li Shixing smiled and said, Let's continue our stroll. We won't disturb your fishing. Intentionally or otherwise, Li Shixing was speaking to Little Treasure Bottle telepathically. The group left. Chen Pingan and Li Baoping returned to their chairs. Li Shixing walked far away and shook his head. Great, now that you have Little Master, you've forgotten about me. Little Treasure Bottle did not even turn around. He Xiaoyang turned around and looked at the green-robed man sitting on the bamboo chair. There was an indescribable smile in her eyes. Beside him, Gao Jinfu was dejected. He wanted to drink, but it seemed like he had already drunk. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, the sad man woke up drunk. Gu Qingsong carefully called out a nickname. Gui. Madame Gui, who had always been graceful, replied with one word, Get lost. Gu Qingsong was actually a little flattered that he could finally talk to her. He rubbed his hands and replied with a smile, Okay. Gu Qingsong had said a few nice words for the first time, not only because Madame Gui was beside him, but also because he regretted it. He should not have said something like, Don't ruin my path, to that young man back then. He should have been sincere and humbly asked that young man about the ways of love. Otherwise, an average-looking bumpkin would have been able to abduct Ning Yao at such a young age. Therefore, Gu Qingsong's previous words were to pave the way. He would look for Chen Pingan in private later and treat him to a drink. He could even call him Brother Chin. Li Shixing asked with a smile, How is it? Zhou Li replied with a smile, Don't get angry if you don't talk. You can live forever if you cultivate in peace. Besides, the good thing is that when you interact with people, you don't care about the pleasure of making friends, and you don't get tired of being together for a long time. Further away from the Mandarin duck Zhu, the girl nicknamed Rui Feng, could not help but ask again, Sister Huanyan, who is that person? Why do you seem to be afraid of him? You clearly know him, so why are you avoiding him? When they were a little further away from the green-robed man, Madame Huanyan smiled and said, I'm afraid that he's joking. The girls suddenly realized. Sister Huanyan, could it be that you like him? Madame Huanyan was stunned. She quickly reached out and covered the silly girl's mouth. don't talk nonsense. If that guy heard it, she would have to compensate him with a plum blossom garden at the very least. Liking him was equivalent to having a sword fight with that black-hearted and merciless hidden official, wasn't it? If she was not careful, she would really be beaten to death by him. By the river, Chen Pingon caught another golden carp and put it into the fish basket. Both sides looked at each other. Of course, it was not because they coveted that carp. Instead, both groups of people used this opportunity to size up the young man in green again. He took the initiative to call Madame Gouet Aunt Gouet. He was even praised by the famous Guqing song. "Kid, you're promising. You didn't pick the wrong person. I won't scold you anymore." Obviously, it was the wording of an elder on the mountain and half of their own junior. He also seemed to recognize He Xiaoliang from the North Continent and greeted him as sect master. Congratulation. If they were not mistaken, He Xiaoliang seemed to be smiling. It was different from the gossip in the Shanshui Palace in the early years. As the direct disciple of the third sect master of the Beko Keikyung building, He Xiaoliang was also an immortal who could establish a sect in the North Continent. Of course, He Xiaoliang was indeed very beautiful. Moreover, it was said that she was focused on cultivation and had no interest in love at all. Even the only disciple of the great sword immortal Bai Shang of the North Continent, Su Xian, was infatuated with her. However, because He Xiaoliang was annoyed by this person, she directly attacked him and seriously injured him. She did not give Bai Shang any face at all. In the end, it caused the two sects to form a deadly feud. Bai Shang also seemed to have said that He Xiaoliang could forget about reaching the ascendant realm in this lifetime. Both men and women would look at He Xiaoliang a few more times. The more the man looked at her, the more he felt that her temperament was otherworldly, and she had a sense of independence. If he became a Dao companion with such a woman on the mountain, he would not envy them anymore. The woman looked at her a few more times, probably because she wanted to take a look at He Xiaoliang, and her beauty would be reduced by a little. No matter what, the two groups of people inevitably thought highly of the young angler. After all, he could know so many great cultivators. Li Baoping said, "Little martial uncle, sister, he seems to be the same as when we first met. She may be even prettier." Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't care." He just couldn't help but think of the women on Luopa Mountain, such as the diligent Xin Yuanji and the sharp-tongued Yuan Bao. In fact, these two women were martial artists. They were not young anymore and had not married yet. Women, after all, did not have to worry about marriage. Even if there were one or two more crow's feet at the corner of their eyes, it would not hinder them from being liked by men. The fishing rod melted the day and drank away the sorrows. The celestial brew dispelled the drunkenness in the mountain, and one felt light and ascended to the heavens. Chen Pingon suddenly felt that things like limericks should be avoided if possible. Indeed, the speaker was happy, but the listener was worried. Li Baoping. Chen Pingon said to the man with the flower hairpin telepathically, "Have you seen enough?" The man was a little surprised. He hesitated for a moment and laughed. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Chen Pingon said, "I advise you to watch your eyes, and then focus on your heart. Walking on the mountain, it's more important to talk about your heart." The man raised a finger and gently touched the flower hairpin in his hair. It was a gift from the flower god of the blessed land of 100 flowers. Of course, it was not because of his face, but because of his master. Chen Pingon did not say anything else. The man actually leaned back and stared blankly at the red-clothed woman who was captivated by his gaze. If only she did not have the identity of a disciple of the academy. He maintained that posture and asked the man in green with a smile, "What's wrong? I just took a few glances and you want to kill me. Who are you to kill?" Chen Pingon smiled and turned his head. The man raised a hand and patted his neck gently. He laughed in his heart. Come, come, come. Throw a talisman here. Take it that I'm sincerely begging you. How about that? This outsider who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth only knew Lady Gui and Guqingsong. At most, he could barely say a few words in front of Zhou Li and He Xiaoyang. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the central divine continent? Li Baoping asked, "Little Uncle Master, what's wrong?" Chen Pingon put down the fishing rod in his hand and smiled. Someone begged me to hit him. I was almost scared to death by him. He was not killed by Wen Hai's careful plot and was not killed by the sword cultivator dragon god. He did not expect to meet a peerless expert here. Li Baoping blinked. He grew up eating arsenic. Chen Pingon smiled and did not say anything. He did not have any thoughts about what he said to Li Baoping. Therefore, both groups of people heard it. The man with the flower hairpin sneered and stretched. Then, a flying sword that was used to save people was caught by the hands of the man in green and thrown into the water. The man in green reached out and grabbed a blocking spell, and the creation in his palm gathered into a ball. As for the man with the flower hairpin, the man in green who appeared behind him reached out and grabbed him by the neck. He lifted him up and threw him with all his strength. The latter ran as fast as lightning and directly went to the other side of the river, rolling and skipping along the way. His green robe was even more elusive. He appeared on the other side of the river in an instant and stepped on the neck of the flower hairpin man. With another kick, he bounced back to his original position. He was not the slightest bit behind. A fellow who could flirt with the old Yu Yu, a young nascent soul sword immortal of 200 to 300 years old. Or an old sword immortal Yu Pu who was at least 500 years old and just looked young. The young cultivator from the Lotus City who could follow Yu Yu to rescue him had a particularly grave expression. Casually stepping into the muddy waters on the mountain would cause endless trouble. If he had known that the other party could ignore Yu Yu's flying sword, startling bird, he definitely wouldn't have acted rashly. However, the Lotus City of the Jinjia continent and the Jurchen immortal school of the Great Yong dynasty of the Central Divine Continent had been on good terms for generations. They had frequent business dealings. It was reasonable for them to act. In the past, the two sides were on equal footing. However, during the Battle of the Jinjia continent, although the Lotus City managed to protect the mountain with great difficulty, its vitality was greatly damaged and its losses were disastrous. The city lord had no choice but to break her oath and leave the Lotus City for the first time. She traveled across continents to the Central Divine Continent and took the initiative to find Zhuelu Songzi, whom she had originally vowed to never meet again. The young female sword cultivator from the Mei Mountain sword sect clutched the inkstone at her waist with one hand and formed a sword seal with the other. She said telepathically to her friends, "It's a sword cultivator who hides his strength." Just now, the other party's technique of isolating heaven and earth is very likely the lightning pool sword formation that banished Immortal Mountain sword Immortal Lu is most adept at. That talisman technique from before was a smokescreen. The fairy from the Plum Blossom Nunnery, who had a small sable lying on her shoulder, paled. She couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "Should I activate the mirror's flower, water and moon to prevent this person from acting recklessly and casually killing people?" The man from the Lotus City sighed, "Don't add fuel to the fire. We can only wait and see. Have you forgotten? When sword immortals kill people, they don't care about any rules or taboos." The Golden Core sword cultivator from the Mei Mountain sword sect nodded and said, "It's indeed very similar to Immortal Lu Zhou's sword formation." Lu Zhou was adept at using his flying sword to draw the lightning pool forbidden area. When Qi refinement warriors were inside, they would be suppressed by the sword Qi of heaven and earth. It was already extremely difficult for Qi refinement warriors to fight against sword cultivators of the same realm. With the addition of the array formations restriction, it was one disaster after another. Could it be that this young, sword immortal was from the same sect as immortal Lu Zhou, who loved to play chess? Or was it a certain old ancestor of the banished immortal mountain who didn't like to show his face? If that was the case, then everything made sense. Everyone's expressions changed subtly. Chen Pingon noted them down one by one. Most of the time, in a person's eyes and face, the unspoken words were closer to the truth than the words spoken. Chen Pingon glanced at a thin old man in the distance. He seemed to be a guest of the Qiu family from the Liuxia continent's Yuzhou. He was sitting beside two young people and had been admiring the scenery of the Mandarin Duck Zhu. There was an open wooden box beside his hand that was filled with carving knives of different styles. He was not fishing and had been carving jade. After Chen Pingon used his sword qi to create a small golden lightning pool world, the other cultivators, be it their spells or wills, were all defeated upon contact with the sword qi. All of them retreated in the face of difficulties. Only this old man could touch the lightning pool sword formation without retreating. He performed the mountain and river observation technique and looked at the man in green robes by the river. When Yun Zhan, the owner of the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium, saw that the man deliberately hurt another person under his nose, he shouted angrily, "How dare you, thief!" His words were like thunder on the river. Then, the immortal manifested his Dharma idol. He wore a snow-white Taoist robe and flew out like a white rainbow piercing through the sky. With an imposing aura, he flew above the river in the blink of an eye and looked down at the people by the river. The immortal's Dharma idol looked down from above with an imposing aura. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you, kid? How dare you hurt people in the Confucian temple without any reason?" It was obvious that he did not participate in any of the discussions in the Confucian temple. Otherwise, he would not have asked, "Who are you, kid?" Yu was displeased. "I'm a pure jade sword cultivator. If I don't kill an immortal, am I supposed to kill a pure jade qi refinement warrior? Isn't this bullying?" Yu did not recognize the little brat who was enjoying himself in the river, but he was familiar with this majestic Middle-earth immortal. In fact, most of the peak cultivators, Ascendant Realm cultivators, immortals, and pure Jade Realm sword immortals in the vast world were familiar with each other. If the other party did not use any concealment techniques, they would be able to recognize each other at a glance. For example, this white-robed immortal was called Yun Zhan, and his Taoist name was Lu Xia. He had a Taoist companion who had just ascended to the immortal realm. They shared the same mountain, which was why the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium had become so popular in recent years. Chen Pingon advised Yu telepathically, "Senior, please don't use your sword." He was not used to it. If they were at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sword cultivators would have cheered and whistled. "Help me use my sword. I don't even have time to watch the show, let alone drink." Yu immediately withdrew his sword qi. "You're in charge. I'll watch. However, if you need to use your sword later, don't hold back. Just let me know or give me a look." Chen Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and looked up with a smile. "My surname is Wu, and my name is Tai. We're not familiar with each other, so you can just call me by my name." It was not that this immortal had a good temper, but in a fight on the mountain, there had to be morality and righteousness before killing. The immortal Dharma idol stretched out its hand, wanting to grab the drenched chicken. Chen Pingon sneered. "Did you ask for my permission?" He put two fingers together to form a sword seal and used the finger sword technique. A sword beam appeared out of thin air and slashed down, cutting off the arm of the immortal Dharma idol along with the river water of the Mandarin Duck Zhu. Yun Zhan was caught off guard. The sword beam was too fast. Fortunately, the white arm of the immortal Dharma idol and the snow-white sleeves of his robe quickly recovered. Chen Pingon smiled and telepathically spoke to the people by the river. Yun Zhan's immortal Dharma idol sneered. What did my disciple do? Why did you have to use so much force? Did you hurt his internal organs and 6 natal aperture acupoints? You attacked him twice and almost broke his longevity bridge. Which sword cultivator dares to act so violently? The people by the river had strange expressions on their faces. Even the young female cultivator from May Mountain Sword Sect and the fairy from Plum Blossom Nunnery, who had been trembling with fear, wanted to laugh at this moment. However, they tried hard to suppress their laughter. Before Immortal Yun Zhan of Nine Truths' immortal pavilion spoke, the green-robed sword immortal seemed to have foreseen the future. He said that this immortal felt that he had encountered a tough opponent after being hit by a sword and would definitely pour out his grievances for his disciple so that he could win over the spectators from the Mandarin Duck Zhu. Then, he would ask about the inheritance of the patriarch and the Tao veins on the mountain top before deciding whether to have a battle of wits or a battle of wits. Yu Yu was filled with emotions. The reclusive official who was praised by Old Pooh was indeed worthy of his reputation. Yun Zhan sensed the strange expressions of the people by the river, but he did not think too much about it. He could not afford to be distracted. His Dharma form formed a talisman Tao formula with one hand and a military Tao formula with the other. The river water turned into a green flood dragon and crashed toward the green-robed immortal by the river. Above the river, a golden body immortal general who had half descended and half revealed his divinity appeared and walked on the river water. Chen Pingon took a step forward and came to the center of the river. Sword energy poured out, making him look like he was standing in a snow-white full moon. A bright moon sword chi collided with a water dragon, causing energy to surge endlessly as the river water roiled and gave rise to waves of enormous waves that surged violently onto the shore. An azure-clothed figure actually still had the strength to spare to take care of the shore. He lightly swayed his sleeve to shake out a stream of talismans, and then he lined up in a line on the shore like a formation of soldiers that completely shattered those waves. The golden body immortal general held a long spear in his hand, which left a long trail of golden light that was 70 to 80 feet long. The spear broke through the bright moon of sword energy, but the green-robed immortal raised his arm and pressed 2 fingers together, gently stopping the tip of the spear. The Dharma form of the immortal raised a hand, which turned out to be a fire dragon in the water. Several fire dragons flew above the water and circled around the green-robed immortal, creating a unique formation of an alchemy cauldron. True fire boiled the water, causing clouds to rise into the sky. Another palm was raised and brought down again. A bronze round mirror appeared between the heaven and earth, shining brightly in all directions and enveloping the green-robed immortal within. Immortal Yun Zhan then unleashed his prime magical treasure. The Dharma form of the Dharma form held a huge white jade Ganoderma and smashed it heavily toward the green-robed immortal. The immortals had endless tricks up their sleeves. The battle was very intense. As for the young sword immortal who seemed to be at a disadvantage and could only defend himself, he could only guard his own territory and enjoy the dazzling divine abilities of the immortals. Beside the Mandarin Duck stronghold, more and more grand cultivators gathered. They were all here to watch the exciting battle between Patriarch Yun Zhan and the others. This kind of grudge on the mountain should be settled by one's own ability. Why did he have to involve her? Moreover, for some reason, this flower deity felt that the green-robed visitor had some connection with her. This was even more illogical. Under normal circumstances, this kind of mysterious attraction would only appear between her and the flower deity's guest elder. Could it be that the young sword immortal had a poem in his heart that was enough to leave his name in history? Celine Zhao said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Yen Ge nodded, "That sword immortal seems to be," a cultivator at the side continued, "walking fish." Yu Yu was not worried about the young hidden official's safety at all. Was this a joke? What kind of place was the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Why would an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator like him be worried about a hidden official from the Great Wall of Sword Chi? This old sword cultivator from the Donflo continent was old friends with Pu He. Moreover, they had an extremely good relationship. Otherwise, Yu Yu, who was an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, would not be so kind as to invite him for a drink and endure a scolding without retorting. Many years ago, so long that it felt like a previous life, when Yu Yu went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to train, he was still a Golden Core Realm sword cultivator. He stayed there for 3 years and participated in a great battle. He had seen many sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi on the way and on the battlefield. However, none of them touched a cup at the table because they did not have the opportunity to drink at the same table as a sword immortal. After all, the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the past had many unwritten rules. If one's realm was not high enough and did not have enough battle achievements, even if they drank with a sword immortal, they would not have the face to approach the table. A junior toasting with a senior sword cultivator? The Great Wall of Sword Chi did not have such a custom. It was especially difficult for foreign sword cultivators who had not been training for long to integrate into the Great Wall of Sword Chi. During Yu Yu's training, he was young and full of vigor. However, when he returned, he felt lonely and waning. When he returned to the Donflo continent, he did not like to mention that he had been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Since it was the same as not going there, why mention it? However, Yu Yu's good friend Pu He was different. She went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi at the unpolished Jade Realm. Pu He was once the most famous sword immortal in the Donflo continent. Because of her extreme temperament, she killed people based on her emotions. She was proud and arrogant. She traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi because she wanted to teach the Great Wall of Sword Chi that her Howren sword arts were not weak. In the end, Yu Yu quickly received news from the Upside Down Mountain's Ape Raven residence. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It said that Pu He had offended Great Sword Immortal Mihu and Q Sword was defeated. Therefore, she had to stay there to practice her sword for 100 years according to the bet and could not return. This made many Donflo continent's mountain cultivators heave a sigh of relief. Yu Yu sent a few letters over to comfort her good friend. However, Pu He did not reply to any of them. However, even many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not know the inside story. Pu He's Q Sword's opponent was not Great Sword Immortal Mihu, but the one who was famous for breaking flying swords with fancy fists but impractical legs. Miyu. It was not that Miyu was too weak, but that the left and right were too strong. After all, even the Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing did not want to fight with the left and right. Wasn't he also slashed out of the city by the left and right and forced to fight the Q Sword? After returning to his hometown, Yu Yu specially looked for Pu He and asked about the Q Sword. Pu He only said that Mihu's sword skills were passable. In the end, the old man who had lost his cultivation level added some nonsense. He said that Mihu's younger brother was a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator called Miyu. His sword skills were actually not bad. He was not as bad as the rumors said. This guy was from the hidden official sword cultivator lineage of the Summer Palace. As for me, I am good brothers with the hidden official. So when Miyu saw me, he should be lower in seniority. If there is a chance in the future, I will introduce you two to each other. Yu Yu heard of Miyu. It was not because Miyu's sword skills were not bad, but because this handsome sword immortal had countless romantic affairs. Yu Yu had some guesses. However, he was scolded by Pu He for being a good-for-nothing. He could not get a word in, so Yu Yu did not dare to ask more. Old Man Pu had accumulated quite a bit of power in the Liuxia continent. Yu Yu was also afraid. Just as Yu Yu could not help but use his sword. 2 figures descended from the sky. One was a young monk, holding a mountain walking stick. Beside him was a yellow-clothed old man's retainer. Li Huai and Daoist Nin stood beside Li Baoping. Li Huai said with a blank face, where is Bao Ping? Li Baoping said in annoyance, you are here, but you did not bring your eyes. Li Huai was already used to it. He pretended not to hear and continued to ask, what do you say now? Do you need me to go? Li Baoping shook his head, young martial uncle does not need to help. Li Huai sneered, Chen Pingan does not need help. Is that the reason why I should not help? Li Baoping turned his head. Li Huai immediately changed his words, of course it is. You can provoke anyone, but not Li Baoping. Li Huai used telepathy to communicate with the old alliance leader. He also used telepathy to speak to Daoist Nen beside him, if we join forces, can we beat that, unknown realm and unknown name, who is that powerful white-clothed man? Daoist Nen said bitterly, young master, you can insult me as you like, but I will not allow you to insult yourself. Li Huai was confused, what do you mean? Daoist Nen said firmly, as your personal retinue, fighting an immortal is like eating. Young master, your previous question was hurtful. The Ascendant Realm cultivator suddenly changed his words, it's not hurting people, it's hurting of Liang. Li Huai did not care that Daoist Nen took advantage of alliance. He was stunned and swallowed his saliva, immortal. Daoist Nen was a little embarrassed, that guy's realm is a little low. Li Huai asked tentatively, then let's kill him. Let's make it clear in advance. If you can't, then you can't. Don't try to be brave. Daoist Nen's eyes were burning. He rubbed his hands and said, young master, we are all men. Your question is unnecessary. Since Uncle Li said so, then I have the old blind man's protection. Not to mention that gaudy immortal who tickled the hidden official, there are a lot of immortals in the Mandarin Duck Zhu. They can all come at once. At this moment, Chen Pingan's voice came, and he said to the three of them with a smile, you don't have to do anything. Daoist Nen said angrily, Chen Pingan, who do you think you are? Li Huai also said angrily, what the hell? Daoist Nen shut his mouth resentfully. On the water surface, Chen Pingan said two words with a smile, flowers bloom. Wu Shuangjiang could learn everything, and so could Chen Pingan. The hundreds of green-robed visitors suddenly scattered like flowers. It was like a green lotus blooming between heaven and earth. It was indeed a beautiful scene. On the river surface, the green-robed man in the center disappeared. He came behind the real body of immortal Yunzai, grabbed his neck with both hands, and gently twisted. However, after the flying sword broke through the first layer of the mountain and river restriction, it finally showed a trace of stagnation. Yun Zhan's heart slightly calmed down. Yunzai exhaled lightly after the mirror lit up. Purple smoke rose in spirals and condensed into a five-colored rope. The phenomenon of the treasure flashed and disappeared. It was one of the foundations of the Nine Truths Immortal Pavilion on the mountain. It was an ancestral divine ability of the heavenly rope binding ghosts and gods. It was also known as the sword-catching technique. Yunzai's teacher, the Ascendant Realm Patriarch, was able to become famous in the central region because of this technique. It had made many unruly sword immortals suffer. When the flying sword came to a complete stop, or when the other party saw that the situation was not good and wanted to withdraw, Yunmu would let this audacious sword cultivator have a taste of what it felt like to have his flying sword seized, and then have his soul refined and his sword heart crushed. Yunzai always felt that the dozens of green-robed men behind him would be a hindrance. Therefore, a yin spirit wearing the military school's golden crow armor went out and took the white jade Ganoderma. He turned around and gently pointed at the river with the Ganoderma in his hand. The water under his feet surged and a magnificent phenomenon of a dragon drawing water appeared. A green mark appeared on the white jade Ganoderma. Yunzai's yin spirit wearing the golden armor pointed at the green-robed men with the Ganoderma. For a moment, the sky darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. With Yun Zai's Yin spirit as the center, the area within a radius of dozens of miles around the Mandarin Duck Zhu suddenly became as bright as night. On the river, it was as if the Nether Army had passed through. A cavalry of heroic spirits and ghosts appeared. They were all condensed by the water fate and wore green armor. They stepped on the waves downstream with a murderous aura and a thunderous momentum. Although it was an army of Nether Army with strong water fate, their atmosphere was not tainted. After all, the Nine Truths Immortal Martial School was a famous immortal sect and not one of those evil sects that had no taboos. The pearls held by the 3 fire dragons had been shattered and the mirror was left with the last layer of the mountain river formation. However, Yun Zai was no longer holding the mirror with one hand. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and looked very calm. It was as if he was certain that the flying sword was at the end of its tether and could not break the immortal weapon prohibition of the Nine Truths Immortal Martial School's most precious treasure. The white-robed immortal wore a laurel on his head. His sideburns fluttered and his Dao aura was clear and strange. In terms of appearance, he was indeed excellent. It was no wonder that the Qi cultivators of the Nine Truths Immortal Martial School were hailed as the secluded people in the mountains by many mountain river reports. As the Nine Truths Immortal Martial School planted many ancient plums and orchids in the mountains, the male Qi cultivators were often called plum immortals while the female Qi cultivators were called orchid masters. Chen Pingon glanced at the Nether Army charging on the river. The Yin spirit was a little envious. Chen Pingon silently said in his heart, "The flowers bloom again." The 81 green-robed visitors were divided into 3 groups. With the large river as the battlefield, the 2 armies faced off against each other. However, there was a great disparity in strength between the 2 sides. On the shore of the Mandarin Duck Zhu, not far from the green-robed sword immortal, Lu Xia Continent's immortal Qin Zhao and 3 other great cultivators on the mountain stood side by side. To be honest, the other party's appearance shocked the 3 of them. Qin Zhao took the lead and chose to stay 100 feet away from that person. At this moment, Qin Zhao glanced at the green-robed sword immortal who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. She smiled and said telepathically to her 2 friends beside her, "This fight is going to make my flesh ache." Yen Gu nodded and said, "This talisman is precious because it hurts. In ordinary battles, even if it's against immortals of the same realm, I won't use this talisman." It was a great talisman on the mountain that had been enshrined in the Nine Truths Immortal Martial School's ancestral hall for many years. It was called the Purple Ganoderma White Luanda Escape Talisman. It was said that when the ancestral master of the Immortal Martial School ascended to the Ascendant Realm and came out of seclusion, the talisman was given to a certain ancestral master of the Immortal Martial School. After the ancestral master of the Ascendant Realm died, this talisman was passed down. Qin Zhao asked, "Daoist Tian and I, can you tell the cultivation base of this sword immortal?" The old cultivator called Tian and I shook his head, "I can't tell, but his physique is unbelievably tough. He's really hard to deal with." If the cultivators on the mountain fought against sword cultivators or pure martial artists, they would mostly rely on their endless spells and techniques to slowly accumulate an advantage. Offensive magic treasures, defensive abilities, concealment techniques, mysterious escape techniques, none of them could be lacking. Chen Pingon turned to look at the 3 people and smiled, "Is the show good?" Qin Zhao smiled and pretended not to hear. Sword immortals all had bad tempers. He could just ignore them. Otherwise, why would he, Qin Zhao, attack? 2 immortals against 1 sword immortal. Even if they won, their reputation would be tarnished. If they lost, they would be done for, their reputation would be destroyed in a day. Yen Gu nodded at the sword immortal. He wouldn't go as far as to become enemies with this brainless sword immortal for the sake of an ordinary Yun Zhao. The green-robed sword immortal's true body was still standing in the same spot. He raised his hands and placed them in front of him. The back of his hands gently tapped his palms. His demeanor was very casual. Yun Zhan was about to reveal his Dharma form again. He could not possibly allow the green-robed sword immortal to rely only on a flying sword and a few strange doppelgangers to be able to spar with an immortal like an outsider watching from the sidelines. Yun Mu's heart instantly tightened as he quickly executed the Dipper steps. Then, he took out another natal item, the Divine Firmament Jade Book from the 9 True Immortal Pavilion. Stepping on the 7 stars, he activated his spirit and ascended to the Jade Capital. The Divine Firmament Jade Book, Cloud Ascension Scenery, Eternal Residence in the Purple Court. At the same time, he quickly gathered the remnant Tao aura of the Shattered Water Spirit Realm. Fortunately, the foundation of this natal treasure was not damaged. A thunder technique came crashing down from the sky, and a 5-colored light pillar as big as a mountain peak. Yun Zhao put 2 fingers together and raised it gently. The treasure mirror was placed horizontally above his head. The round treasure mirror was like the moon in the sky. The person in the sky held a seal in his hand, and the thunder technique did not stop. It was like rain falling on the mortal world. The immortal's treasure mirror shone brightly, and the golden armored god that had traveled far away returned to his true body. Yun Zhao gently waved the white jade Ganoderma, driving the green dragons formed by the river water to rush up to the sky. The river water was filled with green dragons. They rose from the ground and flew up. They competed with the falling thunder technique in terms of the amount of spiritual energy they condensed and the level of their Tao techniques. The flying sword that was trapped by the treasure mirror and the 5-colored rope was also shaken by the flying sword and the thunder technique. It began to show signs of loosening. Yun Zhao could only trap the flying sword temporarily. He no longer had the chance to refine it and hurt the sword immortal's mind. As for the dark green flying sword that was difficult to deal with, it was tireless. It moved from east to west, up and down, dragging out countless sword lights. It stabbed a white-robed immortal until he turned into a dark green man. Chen Pingon glanced at the immortal on the ground and understood. The dense bamboo could not stop flowing water, and the tall mountain could not stop Bai Yunfei. This was probably the foundation of Yun Zhao's cloud water body. Unfortunately, it was not Wu Shuangjiang, who could not dispel this technique at a glance. As for the 15 flying sword, no matter how many sword trajectories there were, it was indeed like a person passing through clouds and water. The clouds and water gathered and dispersed without a trace. Therefore, this Abhijna of the Jiuzhen Immortal Gymnasium was difficult to learn. However, if Chen Pingon was willing to use the caged sparrow and moon in the well, Yun Zhao's cloud water body would definitely not be so indestructible. As long as there were enough flying swords, the bamboo would be as dense as a river bank. It would still be a matter of breaking a Tao technique with one sword. As for the 5 thunder dermic seal in Chen Pingon's hand, which was the first to appear in the vast world, it was the moon abundance seal that only lacked the heaven pattern. Apart from the earth pattern, the 4 sides of the dermic seal were engraved with a total of 36 portraits of deities. When Chen Pingon did not care about the loss of spiritual energy and entered the pure jade realm, he was rich and imposing. He did not have to be embarrassed like the chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms. Every time they sparred, they would always end up in a situation where they could not cook without rice. Therefore, the surroundings of his green robe were filled with a myriad of phenomena and shocking illusions. There was the thunder god beating the drum, the lightning mother flashing the lightning, the wind god blowing the clouds, the rain master dropping the rain, and even the celestial officials. Each of them had their own solemn appearances. Numerous divine abilities and Tao insights that were filled with copious amounts of lightning Tao insight had smashed all the water element WIRMS that soared into the sky into pieces. Not only that, the Yin soldiers that were released by the Yun Mu were naturally suppressed by the Thunder Dharma. They almost did not need Qin Pingan's intention to guide them. Even the consumption of spiritual energy was almost negligible. They automatically evolved into a golden sea of clouds with a golden thunder pool. First, they knocked away the dark clouds, making the mountains and rivers of the Mandarin Duck Zhu, which were originally dark, bright again. Then, hundreds of long thunder whips smashed towards the Yin soldiers on the river, like golden dragon whiskers that fell from the sky to the mortal world. This was why the cultivation of Qi cultivators emphasized the most on the saying of being in harmony with Tao. When one's own Tao suppressed the opponent, the same Tao technique would yield twice the result with half the effort. Previously at the riverside, the old guest, Lin Qing, who was proficient in golden jade seal carving, praised, "What a great 5 thunder cluster, 10,000 Dharma mountain, world orthodox." The fairy from Plum Blossom Nunnery asked timidly, "Can't we really activate the mirror flower, water and moon?" The dazzling thunder Dharma made people's hearts waver. It was such a beautiful battle of immortals. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. The female sword cultivator from May Mountain Sword Sect said helplessly, "Don't be reckless. Sword immortals are unpredictable. They especially hate it when bystanders watch the show." The young master from Xia clan of Miyun had already stood up. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of green bamboo wine. He murmured, "I must recite a poem." Li Huai was amazed. "Li Baoping, Qin Pingan is so fierce." Li Baoping was in high spirits. She smiled and said, "Junior uncle." Li Huai was willing to lower his seniority. He said to the young Taoist beside him, "Qin Pingan is actually my junior uncle." The young Taoist was smiling, but he was worried. Wouldn't his seniority fall again? The old man in yellow looked around. Damn it, there should be an ascendant realm cultivator. The young secluded official was so arrogant today, but there was no hero to suppress his arrogance. If there was an ascendant realm cultivator, it would be easy to fight with him. Whether or not the name Daoist nun could become famous in the vast world would depend on whether or not the heavens would give him a chance today. On the Mandarin Duck Zhu, there were immortals who had a good relationship with the Taoist master mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain. They were even more surprised. Sword cultivator, talisman, thunder dharma. Is it the junior Taoist master Zhao Yaoguang? His friend shook his head and said, "The junior Taoist master is now in the Confucian temple. Besides, Zhao Yaoguang is not a pure martial artist. That fish stance just now was amazing. How many realms is he in? Traveling to the top of a mountain? It's hard to say. Anyway, if I stood still, I wouldn't have been able to take that punch. Don't tell me that I can really kill founder Yun Zhan." Yun Zhan's immortal realm cultivator must have been polished for hundreds of years. He's not that weak. Let's just wait and see. I believe Yun Zhan still has some tricks up his sleeve. He needs to let people know that he's actually a. Han Chaosa, who was sitting on the door sill, casually said, "A person with a bad temper." Fu Jing shook his head. "He's still young. Young, frivolous, and aggressive." Han Chaosa understood. Sword cultivator, hidden official, martial artist of limitless realm, mountain lord of Luopa Mountain, Confucian disciple, one lineage's heir, Ning Yao's partner. All of his identities and titles were secondary. Because he was young, he did not have enough knowledge. If he did not have enough self-cultivation, he could still read a few more books. Han Chaosa said, "There must be people who can understand this." Fu Jing said, "Anyone with a normal brain can think of it." Han Chaosa rolled her eyes and continued to apply blush. Guken said, he's not trying to prevent these people from knowing. He's trying to prevent others from thinking that they know. Fu Jing laughed, so if Yu helps to draw the sword, all of Chen Pinggan's plans will be in vain. Han Xiaosei glanced at the little white emperor. When he smiled, he was indeed very handsome. Fu Jing continued, there are indeed many people and things that help out of kindness. Because once Yu draws the sword, the hidden official's identity will suppress the impression of the young man. A young hidden official, who was half a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, could ask a Howran sword cultivator he just met to draw the sword for him when he returned to his hometown. Of course, he would be extremely envious, hateful, and picky. This was, of course, the opposite of Chen Pinggan's original intention. Guken suddenly raised his head. Jing Juzhong smiled and said, you're finally aware of it. Li Qingzhu of the Jiuzhen Immortal Martial School was haunted by her inner demons. Her original mind was still the same, but a small mind would suddenly become bigger. The Nine True Immortal Pavilion was one of the immortal forces that had besieged White Emperor City back then. As for the death of the Ascendant Realm Cultivator, of course, it was Jing Juzhong's doing behind the scenes. He was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Jing Juzhong picked up a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard, saying casually, Yunzhan's Dao companion can be considered your senior sister. She's not famous in White Emperor City. Otherwise, with her cultivation aptitude, she can't become an immortal. Guken asked, does Chen Pinggan know? Jing Juzhong smiled and said, otherwise. I'm just giving him a good reason to pay me a visit. Guken said no more. Fu Jing was also silent. Jing Juzhong said to Fu Jing, I'll continue to play chess for Guken. Fu Jing shook his head and said, you'll lose. No way. Jing Juzhong didn't insist on this matter and played a game of chess by himself. The chess pieces on the chessboard flew. In fact, it was still Guken and Fu Jing's game. For many onlookers, life was nothing more than a game of chess, a game of make-up, nothing more. (794) In the Mandarin Duck Zhu, the two ascended cultivators were in the midst of a fierce battle. This battle was brainless. It didn't seem like the cautious old immortals at the peak of the mountain, but more like two chivalrous youths who met on a narrow path. They only looked at each other, but they were irksome to each other. They wouldn't stop until one of them was defeated. The world was dark and gloomy. The huge sun hanging in the sky seemed to have been swallowed into the yellow-clothed old man's stomach. Only the vortexes were like the eyes of a god, making this small world seem even more treacherous and horrifying. The great cultivators, including Celine Zhao Yen, felt their hearts palpitating. How come they hadn't seen or heard of such a peak ascendant realm cultivator before? What young Taoist? Yen Zhao Yen could only be sure that this unruly old senior was definitely not a master from the central divine continent. The higher the realm of the cultivators who were watching the battle in the Mandarin Duck Zhu, the clearer they could feel the majestic aura of the great Tao. The Mandarin Duck Zhu was like a pond that had been drained to catch fish. Even the fish seemed to have been thrown to the shore. Every time a cultivator breathed, they had to consume the spiritual energy in their body. The immortals of the upper 5 realms did not mind this matter, but the cultivators of the lower 5 realms who accompanied their seniors to travel here had to suffer. Even if their seniors helped to protect them, or used spells to isolate them from the outside world, or used treasures of their sects to protect them, those young cultivators who were distracted were still worried that the sky would collapse. Their faces were pale and their bodies were unstable. Many of them had already received orders from their masters to sit on the ground and begin to breathe. They used the secret Tao mantras of their respective ancestral master halls to resist the invisible pressure of the great way between heaven and earth. Nan Guangzhou had already taken out his life treasure. It was a rare ancient ancestral temple. It was a secret technique of refining a mountain into a temple. Nan Guangzhou's true body stood at the entrance of the ancestral temple. He was wearing an immortal weapon rank old dragon robe. Spiritual energy surged, and water flowed freely. It even dragged out rainbow-colored glazed ribbons. Each ribbon was actually a great Tao manifestation of a river. Nan Guangzhou's true body hid in the ancestral temple. The temple was at the center of the Dharma idol's brows, like a red date imprint. Nan Guangzhou controlled the Dharma idol to fight with the Ascendant Realm cultivator. Although it was called a fight, it was actually one-sided. Nan Guangzhou tried his best to defend and escape. From time to time, an arm would reach out from the vortexes, wielding a huge saber. With a casual slash of the saber, Nan Guangzhou's Dharma form would be smashed into countless sparks that splattered everywhere like rain. All the cultivators of the middle 5 realms who were watching the battle in Yuanyangzhu had already cast life-saving spells or summoned protective magic treasures. Tiny specks of light, the size of mustard seeds, were blown by the strong wind in this small world where the sun couldn't be seen. The light flickered unsteadily in this small world where the sun couldn't be seen. Some of the upper 5 realms cultivators also had to protect the nearby lower 5 realms cultivators who had nothing to do with them. They had to help these pitiful people so that their Tao hearts wouldn't collapse and their souls wouldn't leave their bodies, instantly turning them into wandering ghosts. And there was a great disparity in the outcome of the battle. As long as one had eyes, they would be able to see clearly. Releasing the hilt, he reached out and grabbed one side of Nan Guangzhou's Dharma's head with his hook-like fingers, viciously tearing off a chunk of snow-white flesh and throwing it into his mouth, munching heartily. Nan Guangzhou, the great ascendant tier and an old immortal who had made a name for himself in the Middle Plains divine continent, refused to let go as if a rabid dog had bitten him, insisting on taking away a chunk of his flesh. At the same time, a golden spear was swiftly thrown out from another vortex. It did not distinguish friend from foe, directly piercing both Dharma's Dharma and nailing it viciously into the void. In this heaven and earth, light shone everywhere. Weapons flashed from every vortex, piercing through the sky and piercing the 2 Dharma's Dharma. It was like a flower bush. The yellow-robed old man casually swung his blade. That was the answer. The 2 Dharma's Dharma were cut open from the shoulder to the ribs. Nan Guangzhou had no choice but to continue controlling his watercolored robe and painstakingly sewing the holes in the Dharma's Dharma. This scene caused the hearts of all the spectating cultivators to tremble. This young Taoist who popped out of nowhere was really ruthless enough to even chop himself up. The yellow-robed old man propped his scabbard on the ground with one hand, and circles of golden ripples appeared where the bottom of the scabbard touched the void. Golden flowers that had never been recorded in books seemed to have suddenly sprouted from the water, swaying gracefully. This young Taoist's face was ferocious. Admit defeat. In my hometown, I've killed countless heroes with my own hands. None of the demon cultivators in my stomach admitted defeat verbally. With thousands of years of cultivation, I've encountered Ascendant Realm demons that I can't handle. If I can't defeat them, I'll run away directly. If I can't escape, I'll die. Besides, which one of them isn't 100 times more difficult to deal with than this guy whose name I don't know? It's not easy to catch a good opponent who has a high enough realm but is trash. If I don't cherish this opportunity today, I'll be struck by lightning. If Old Blind were to hear this, with that petty and narrow-minded Old Blind, wouldn't he peel off his skin and pull out his tendons? In the sky of the small heaven and earth, a golden sea of clouds slowly condensed. Thunder rumbled, and it was soul-stirring. Even Celine and the other immortals felt that if the fight continued like this, they would be in a bad situation. Perhaps the entire Mandarin Duck Zhu, a huge island, would be swept clean by that spell. At the entrance of the ancestral temple between the Dharma form's brows, Nan Guangzhou's true body was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was in a terrible state. His Dragon King water robe, which had just been upgraded to an immortal weapon, was stained red. Clearly, Nan Guangzhao's Dao foundation had been damaged, and he didn't have time to use spells to clean up the mess. He shouted angrily, "Young Daoist! Do you really want to die together with me?" However, Nan Guangzhao's inner voice was more tactful. He forced himself to calm down and asked tentatively, "Fellow Daoist, why don't we stop here? Not only will I not interfere in the matter of the Cloud Beast, but I'll also compensate you afterward. Anyway, everything is negotiable." The yellow-clothed old man sneered. "I've really learned something today. Since you can't admit defeat, you want to talk about money?" In the desolate world, there were no such tricks. Before a fight, there was no need to pay attention to the *T incense, the portraits in the ancestral hall, or the great achievements. After a fight, there was no need to beg for mercy. If one's luck was bad, and one's skills were inferior, one would just accept death. What if admitting defeat worked? Do I need to be a watchdog in the 100,000 mountains? The yellow-clothed old man laughed loudly and said, "We're only halfway through the fight, and you still have more tricks up your sleeves. Are you planning to hide them in your coffin? Why don't you show them off? Are you looking down on Daoist Nun?" He raised the snow-white long saber that was intertwined with lightning bolts with his right hand. Then, he wiped it with his left hand, and a light ball condensed from lightning bolts appeared in his palm. He tossed it into his mouth and chewed it as if it was a side dish. Then, Daoist Nun sneered and said, "My territory isn't for others to watch. Why don't you build your own territory? Let's fight to the death." In the Confucian temple, everyone's hands and feet were tied when they fought. During the battle between Chen Pingan and Immortal Yunzong earlier, both of them had to hold back at all times and act extremely appropriately so as to avoid being implicated in the battle. They had to consider the safety of all the cultivators in Mandarin Duxu. In the history of the central continent, there was a fight between two sword immortals. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, countless sword lights flashed, and more than 100 cultivators couldn't escape in time. In the end, they were all skewered by the sharp sword lights from their flying swords. When the two sword lights dissipated, the souls of the innocent cultivators were minced. One of them originally held a high position and was the patriarch of a sect's immortal abode. In the end, his name was removed from the sect's register of mountains and rivers, and he was reduced to a wild cultivator who had no choice but to wander around. This person was the sword immortal of the gold armor continent, Situjiu. Later on, Situjiu went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Nan Guangzhao continued to speak in his mind, "Daoist Nun, we don't have any grudges. Why do we have to fight to the death? If we continue fighting, it won't do us any good." Nan Guangzhao would never have thought that this yellow-clothed old man was used to fighting to the death back in his hometown. He would never have thought that the young Daoist would be so ferocious. It was only because he had been a coward for too long that he was filled with anger. Daoist Nun sneered, "You're like a woman. I'll beat you half to death first, and then I'll take care of that brat in white." Daoist Nun didn't think that he could really kill this ascendant realm cultivator. He just wanted him to drop a realm. In the words of his young master, Uncle Li, it was better to leave some leeway for the future. According to Daoist Nun's fighting style, he wouldn't talk nonsense. He would just kill him, eat him, and be done with it. After leaving the wildlands, Li Huai had been able to eat, drink, and sleep well. He often saw Li Huai flipping through a few tattered books about the Jianghu. In the books, there were famous Jianghu figures who shook the Jianghu world or righteous heroes who fought for justice. When they sparred with others, they would talk a lot. In Li Huai's words, the sparring parties were worried that the spectators would be too bored. If the fight wasn't exciting enough, there would be fewer cheers. Daoist Nun felt that it made sense. Nan Guangzhao's face turned gloomy. He stopped talking in his mind and said, Daoist Nun, don't be so shameless. Daoist Nun was shocked. Could it be that this guy in front of him was hiding his strength? He was shocked and doubtful. But after thinking about it again, he thought, F***CKU. How powerful can an old bastard who isn't even qualified to discuss matters in the Confucian temple be? Do you think you're Dong Sanging or Alliance? Alliance only heard a passing sword cultivator because he was bored. He didn't even shatter the sword cultivator's natal flying sword. He was just fooling around. After all, the 100,000 mountains and the Great Wall of Sword Aura minded their own business. In the end, Alliance chased after him in the 100,000 mountains for a few thousand miles. In the end, even the old blind man couldn't stand it anymore and attacked. He was hit 18 times by Alliance. The woman from the immortal cloud Zhu clan glanced at the green-robed sword cultivator who was hovering in the air. Then, she looked at the handsome young master of the Miyun Xia clan who was reading poetry quickly and asked softly, Xia Yuan, how old do you think he is? Xia Yuan was busy looking for inspiration from his beloved collection of poems. When it came to reciting poems, the most important thing was to use other people's help to polish the jade. Now that he was interrupted by the woman, he sighed and raised his head. He looked at the yellow-clothed old man in the distance and casually said, no matter what, he should have lived for several thousand years. The woman laughed angrily and said, I'm not talking about him. Xia Yuan was stunned. Then, he laughed and said, you're talking about the green-robed sword cultivator who cultivates lightning techniques. If I were to guess, he's at most 100 years old. He's about the same as the sword immortal Su Jun in the gold armor continent. They're both sword cultivators who were born with great fortune. However, the one in front of us is younger. The old sword cultivator, Yu, rolled his eyes and felt uncomfortable. However, he didn't want to tell Xia Yuan the truth. The green-robed sword cultivator in front of them was the hidden official you were thinking about. He was the one who made Xia Yuan shout, you have to bow 3 times when you see him. The top wealthy families in the world, especially those who were involved in cross-continent ferries to inverted Hanging Mountain and had business dealings with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, more or less knew about the young hidden official who once appeared in the meeting hall of Spring Banner House. However, they didn't know much because the Great Wall of Sword Qi was too strict. For example, the Miyun Xia clan in the Snow Mountain continent could only know about the hidden official who took over Xiaochua's position through various mountain channels. Especially because they had a good relationship with the Lu clan and had many in-laws, they knew that the hidden official who took over Xiaochua's position was very good at doing business. Moreover, he was very imposing. When he first appeared in inverted Hanging Mountain, he was accompanied by a large group of local and foreign sword immortals. Li Baoping was worried that Li Huai would be affected by the battle on the mountain peak. Unexpectedly, Li Huai stood steadily in the same place as if nothing had happened. He was muttering to himself. It was over. If he lost, it would be fine. At most, he could take Taoist Nun with him and run away. If he couldn't do it, Chen Pingon was here. As long as he hid behind Chen Pingon, everything would be fine. But if he won, not only would he be more of a hindrance to Chen Pingon, but he would also become enemies with Taoist Nun on the mountain. Moreover, he would be watched by others. In Jianghu, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, Li Huai tried to use telepathy to ask, Brother Nun, can we admit defeat? Otherwise, I will be on tenterhooks every day when I travel Jianghu in the future. Taoist Nun felt like he was struck by lightning. He braced himself and pretended that he didn't hear Uncle Li's hint. This fight didn't hurt or itch. My hands haven't even warmed up yet. Taoist Nun's hands moved more and more fiercely with his saber. He forced the Ascendant Realm cultivator to either kneel down and kowtow to show his sincerity or go to his opponent's small world and fight to his heart's content. On second thought, Taoist Nun seemed to have suffered another divine punishment. Damn it. Now he was in his own small world. Of course, he and Li Huai could talk freely. But how could Li Huai ignore the restrictions of heaven and earth and talk to him? He was indeed a master. Was it some kind of secret method taught by the old blind man? But Li Huai clearly said that he didn't learn anything from the old blind man. Li Huai saw that Taoist Nun didn't listen to his words, so he had to turn to Li Baoping and ask, "Baoping, what should we do?" Li Baoping said, "This senior will stop. You don't have to think too much about what to do next. The senior will handle it properly." Li Huai grinned. Then he was relieved and made up a principle for himself. "Besides, Chen Pingon is here. Do you think I'm afraid of trouble? Trouble should be afraid of me." In fact, Li Huai's ideas were different from that of ordinary people since he was a child. For example, when Li Baoping threw his trousers onto a tree branch, Li Huai, who was crying, was not worried about losing face or whether he would be laughed at by Shi Chuanjia for a long time. Instead, he was worried that a new pair of trousers was very valuable. If he could not wear it back home, his mother would be very distressed. She might even pinch his arm. Otherwise, it was fine not to wear trousers as it was very cool. But it was really painful to be pinched on the arm. Even if his mother bought him a new pair of trousers, the family wouldn't have enough money to buy chicken drumsticks. Looking at his sister Li Lu's appearance, she was already skinny enough. If she didn't look good, how could she get married in the future? So, the pants hanging high on the tree must not be thrown away. Another example was old Yang. He threw a few yellowed books to him. They were too inconspicuous in his bulging bag. The covers and the first few pages of the book seemed to have been torn off. There were a lot of books inside. It was probably about the techniques on the mountain. There were many rules. One could not learn this or do that. This technique would damage one's karma. That supernatural power would be suppressed by the great way of Tao. How could he learn it? So, after choosing, Li Huai learned inner thoughts. This was good. There was nothing to be fussy about. There were no taboos when learning it. It was also practical. Old Yang left a letter for Li Huai. In the letter, he told him some things. For example, he told him where to find an old man in the future and learn some talisman techniques from him. This old man had traveled to Lizhu Cave for many years. He often drank with his father. It was better to have more skills than to have more money in one's pocket. It was better to have more skills than to have more money in one's pocket. Just like the old people in his family. When they were nagging, they would be annoyed. When the old people stopped nagging, they would be sad. Nan Guangzhao's mood was extremely bad. It was similar to how his junior Yunmu looked at the direct disciples. He felt that this Yunmu was really a jinx. He could not reason with the young Daoist at all. Looking at the young Daoist's attitude, he was only willing to stop when his realm dropped. Nan Guangzhao had no choice but to use one of his trump cards. He directly took out a small cave that was also completely refined by him. The young Daoist laughed. He sheathed his long sword and threw it into the universe in the sleeve. Finally, you have the bearing of an ascendant realm cultivator. Li Huai hurriedly said, "Be careful." The young Daoist looked back at the young man on the shore. He was stunned. Would this kid really care about the life and death of a watchdog? What was he after? He could not figure it out. The young Daoist shook his head. He did not want to think about it. This was similar to Li Huai. It was no wonder that the two of them did not feel awkward when they were together. As the two Ascendant Realm cultivators disappeared, the Mandarin Duck Zhu's sky became clear. The sun reappeared. Almost all the cultivators were relieved. Most of the Qi refinement warriors, under the escort of their masters, hurriedly flew away from the Mandarin Duck Zhu, this troublesome place. First, it was a sword immortal and an immortal. Then, there were two Ascendant Realm cultivators. They had watched enough. Besides, who knew if Nan Guangzhou's small cave would collapse on the spot? Immortal Yunmu was definitely the cultivator with the heaviest mood. He could not leave. Not far away, there was a green-robed sword immortal with his hands in his sleeves and a smile. Nan Guangzhou, who had always been half of the 9 true Immortal Gymnasium's protective talisman, did not seem to be of any help. Who would have thought that a peak Ascendant Realm cultivator would come and mess things up? Logically speaking, which Ascendant Realm cultivator did not go to the Confucian Temple? Nan Guangzhou, an Ascendant Realm cultivator who was ignored by the Confucian Temple, should be invincible. However, Zhuolu Songzi was currently attending a meeting at the Confucian Temple. How was he going to deal with this? Because it required the purest heart of a sword cultivator. Chen Pingon smiled and reminded Immortal Yun Zai, Daoist Nun and I are the so-called outsiders that Brother Green Bamboo mentioned. Patriarch Yun Zai can use this opportunity to rope in friends and attract the cultivators of the Central Plains to fight against a common enemy. Who knows, it might be able to resolve this situation. Yun Zai was very good at maintaining his composure. He ignored it. However, if this green-shirt sword immortal did not point it out, Yun Zai would really find a chance to do it. Yun Zai's fear of this person increased. It was already very troublesome to provoke a sword immortal for no reason. What if this sword immortal was shrewd, good at scheming and treacherous? Would Teacher Mei, Lan Xian, and the direct disciples of the ancestral Hall of 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium still leave the mountain to train in the future? If the cultivators of the sect took a ferry or rode the wind, they would be hit by a flying sword. Even if the sword immortal did not kill and only wanted to injure others, wouldn't the 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium be sealed off in the end? Yun Zai's voice rang out from the lake again, giving him a headache. Earlier on the shore of the Mandarin Duck Zhu, I had the honor of chatting with 2 great cultivators, Qin Zhao and Yan Gu. However, the 2 seniors were filled with righteous indignation and scolded me harshly. The popularity of the 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium is too good. I'm starting to regret making such a big misunderstanding with Patriarch Yun Zai. Yun Zai sneered in his heart. Lackey Yen. Harshly. Wouldn't it be too late to get close to a sword immortal like you? Qin Zhao, on the other hand, was someone who enjoyed watching the drama unfold. He might be willing to help, but he did not really want to help the 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium out of its predicament. He was just fanning the flames, wanting to see the world in chaos. No matter how big the mess was, Qin Zhao did not need to clean it up. Yun Zai asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you at odds with the 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium?" Chen Pingon smiled. At odds with the 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium? I don't think so. As for me, I was born as a wild cultivator. What can I do in the Central Divine Continent? What can I do in the Mandarin Duck Zhu? At most, I can fish. If Brother Qing Zhu did not provoke me, how can I have any relationship with a major sect like the 9 Truths Immortal Gymnasium? Yun Zai's heart tightened. Wild cultivator. What was the wild cultivator in the world yearned for the most? Of course, it was the White Emperor city of the colored clouds. Therefore, when he heard this person mention the word wild cultivator, Yun Zai naturally thought that way. Chen Pingon suddenly said, "Patriarch Yun Zai, don't you think we're considered a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple?" Yun Zai's heart trembled. Yunmu's eyelids trembled, and she took the initiative to release the flying sword bound by the five-colored rope, and said in her heart, "How do you compensate?" Chen Pingan smiled, "Since you might be half a family, why don't you continue to act with me?" Yunmu said, "I'd like to hear the details." Yunmu was sure that this person must have a deep relationship with the one in White Emperor City. They were too similar. That person suddenly changed his words and said, "I've never met City Lord Jing." Ancestor Yunmu probably misunderstood. Yunmu was reassured. Not only were their words similar, but their actions were also similar. They were very similar. Daoist Nun landed on the shore, and he looked at old Boat Zi, who was recognized by him in the distance, and they both saw the admiration in each other's eyes. Wild Peach Pavilion, Haran Guqing Song. Heroes on the same path, and it was inevitable that they would appreciate each other on the lonely road. The commotion at the Mandarin Duck Shu was too big, and Lu Qiqing, who was wearing a pink robe and had nothing to do in the house of Panshui County, felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so Lu Qiqing was too lazy to use the Mountain View divine technique. With senior brother here, where could he not go? So he pulled and dragged Chai Bofu to join in the fun. As a result, he saw Chen Pingan in the distance. Lu Qiqing was quite happy at first, but when he looked again, he saw a woman in red on the shore. Lu Qiqing hurriedly stopped the wind and looked at Brother Longbow, and they both saw the same word in each other's eyes, retreat. Unexpectedly, Chen Pingan greeted him with a smile, "Brother Lu, what a coincidence." Lu Qiqing patted Chai Bofu's shoulder. Chai Bofu nodded, and his head tilted, and he fainted on the spot. Lu Qiqing was a little caught off guard. Why would he rather die than himself? Lu Qiqing didn't help Chai Bofu up, and let Brother Longbow fall to the ground. He smiled brightly and waved his hand, saying loudly, "Long time no see." Yunmu looked at the eye-catching pink Daoist robe, and then looked at the green-robed man who claimed that he had nothing to do with White Emperor City. Yunmu suddenly had an idea, and said to the Sword Immortal respectfully, "Greetings, Mr. Zheng." Chen Pingan said, "What are you talking about?" No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't pretend to be the city lord of White Emperor City under Jing Juzhong's nose. Yunmu said in a trembling voice, "I understand." (795) Daoist Nun became famous after the battle at Mandarin Duck Shu. He beat Nan Guangzhou half to death. Nan Guangzhou was thrown into the river by Daoist Nun. For a while, no one dared to save him. A famous Ascendant Realm cultivator was just floating in the water with his tattered water robe. Daoist Nun stood on the shore. In the eyes of the spectators, he was naturally arrogant and undefeatable. Over at Mandarin Duck Shu Island, Celine asked the young Daoist Nun telepathically, "Senior, can I save Nan Guangzhou first?" Daoist Nun sneered, "Sure, why not? Save him as you wish. After you save him, someone will save you later." Celine was helpless. This Ascendant Realm cultivator's temperament couldn't be judged with common sense. She must avoid him as much as possible in the future. Li Huai felt uncomfortable. He was used to being the most inconspicuous person in a group of people. He couldn't get used to being the center of attention at all. He was extremely nervous, as if ants were crawling all over his body. Heaven knows how many mountain immortals around the Mandarin Duck Shu, far and near, were observing the mountains and rivers, watching the commotion on his side. Li Huai asked, "Are you hurt?" Daoist Nun felt warm in his heart, as if he had eaten a hot pot in winter. He instantly restrained his arrogant aura and grinned, "I'm fine. Some spells hit me, but they just tickled me." Daoist Nun suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his hands. He smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, don't worry. I've been with you all the time. Naturally, I've changed a lot. Today, I've been very lenient. This old thing didn't even drop his realm, and he doesn't have the guts to seek revenge. It would be great if that unknown old man really had the courage to die just like that. In the next battle, both sides would sign a life and death contract. They would choose a secluded place and fight without any scruples. After that, the Confucian Temple wouldn't care. Previously, he didn't listen to Li Huai's instructions and stopped early. He couldn't let the old blind man hear about it. It was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Following Li Huai, he enjoyed every day. Now, Daoist Nun didn't want to return to the 100,000 mountains and continue to eat dirt. Li Huai said, "I'm most afraid of the grudges on the mountain. However, your realm is high and you have your own temper, so I won't try to persuade you. It's just that the vast world is different from the 100,000 mountains after all. One thing can easily involve thousands of things, so you still have to be careful. Lastly, I'll say something unpleasant. You can't be led around by your pride. As long as you have your pride, you don't need too much of it." Li Huai's only motto when roaming the Jianghu was that he would not seek trouble for himself, and trouble would not bother him either. Daoist Nun sighed in his heart. He could feel Li Huai's sincerity and worry. He nodded and said softly, "You're right, young master." Li Huai laughed and slapped Daoist Nun's shoulder. "Old man, you're good. You're really in the ascendant realm." Daoist Nun was embarrassed. It's okay. If he went to the old blind man's place, he would be trampled to the ground and his spine would be broken. Even if he left the 100,000 mountains, it was just a matter of a few more steps. Bai was also there. The stinky old Taoist from the Eastern Sea Monastery. The old monk in chicken soup, Shen Qing, the monk who passed the teachings to the east. The old blind man who divided the land in the desolate land. These 14th realm cultivators each had their own merits. Bai also held a celestial sword. His killing power was the highest. Shen Qing's invincible golden body was the hardest to break. There was a rumor on the peak of Howran Mountain. Half of a 14th realm cultivator's attack and 2 14th realm cultivators' defense. It was said that Alliance was the first to come up with this theory. The cultivators on the peak of Howran Mountain only had some guesses about this foreign old monk's Tao unification method. Some said that it was the Tao unification method from the Diamond Sutra. There was also the strange saying that the dragon elephant refined 1,000,000 lion worms. The old monastery master's Tao techniques were extremely high and his knowledge was diverse. He was destined to be difficult to deal with. As for the old blind man, he was too eccentric. He liked to move mountains and paint. In the desolate land, he never really fought, so everything was a mystery. Even Daoist Nun, who had been a watchdog for many years, was not clear about the old blind man's Tao roots. The 14th realm great cultivators' Tao unification methods, putting aside the 2 great Taos of time and place, the third type of Tao unification was indeed more incredible than the last. Bai Ye's heart poem, Wu Shuang's Tao Companion's Inner Demon, Dragon Slayer's True Dragon in the World, and Lu Chen's 5 Dreams and 7 Hearts. Daoist Nun glanced at the extremely eye-catching pink and resisted the urge to attack. Otherwise, in the 100,000 mountains, as long as it was not a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who would dare to dress so flamboyantly, Daoist Nun could not stand it. In the desolate land's peach pavilion, Howran Gu Qingsong, the pavilion master of White Emperor City's colored glass pavilion. In the small Mandarin Duck Zhu, 3 great heroes had gathered at the same time today. The pavilion master of White Emperor City's colored glass pavilion, Lu Daochun, wore a pink Daoist robe. Lu Qiqing was just borrowing the name of a scholar from the White River Nation. On the White Emperor City's landscape register, it was actually Lu Daochun. Yunmu held the white jade Ganoderma and turned around to bow to Lu Qiqing. Yunmu greets Master Lu. Master Lu was a respectful title. On the mountain, the suffix master originated from Buddhism. Later on, it was widely used. It was equivalent to the suffix son. When Lu Qiqing appeared in the Mandarin duck Zhu, it could be said that one wave had not yet subsided. Everyone saw the pink Daoist robe from afar, and their hearts beat non-stop. This caused many cultivators who had come to the Mandarin duck Zhu to stop. Some of the juniors did not understand, so the seniors of the sect helped to explain. They talked about the glorious background of this great cultivator of White Emperor City, because wherever Pavilion Master Lu went, there would be a storm. His last battle record was kidnapping a young lady of the Celestial Master residence and provoking Longhu Mountain. In the end, the great Celestial Master took the Celestial Master seal down the mountain and chased him to the sea. Zhao Tianlai did not give White Emperor City any face and directly attacked ruthlessly. What a good saying, immortals seem to be sitting in the sky, and fish only hang in the mirror. How could Yunmu not be afraid? Chen Pingan turned to Yunmu and said, "Flying sword." Yunmu had already let go of the five-colored rope that could be used to catch and refine the sword. She begged the flying sword that had been hanging in the air to quickly return to its owner. Chen Pingan put away Chu Yi and the other hidden under the water. The two flying swords rested in the two natal apertures. Yunmu asked, "Mister, how do you want to punish my traitorous disciple Li Qingzhu?" Chen Pingan said casually, "A small punishment is enough." After that, Zhouzhen Immortal School spread the word that Li Qingzhu was innocent. He said nothing and did nothing. Yunmu replied in her heart, "I understand." She was familiar with these methods. Chen Pingan had to ask again, "What are you thinking? Why do you think I'm Mr. Zheng?" Yunmu said, "Of course not. Junior knows what he's doing in his heart." Seeing that the little brat in white obediently returned the flying sword to the young hermit, Daoist nun waved his sleeve and hit Nan Guangzhao, who had floated far away in the water, to the shore. He couldn't just let that Ascendant Realm cultivator float all the way to Wenjin Ferry. People need face, trees need bark. No discord, no concord. To be precise, he had to thank this old man. Otherwise, who could he find to fight? Talisman Yu Xian or Great Heavenly Master Zhao Tianlai? Did he go for the long face or was he in a hurry to reincarnate? After Nan Guangzhao was thrown ashore, he was still unconscious and rolled a few times. It was enough to see that Daoist nun was ruthless and heavy. For a time, no one dared to approach Nan Guangzhao. Yan Gu took the lead and moved as fast as lightning. With a sweep of his sleeves, he kept Nan Guangzhao into his sleeves. Yan Gu did not hesitate to use two golden talismans to shrink mountains and rivers. In an instant, he left the Mandarin duck Zhu and headed towards Turtlehead Mountain. Celestial Algae rolled her eyes. Tian and I joked, "You've made a big cold stove." Daoist nun was a little guilty. He smiled at the young hermit and said, "No need to thank me. My young master has to call you junior martial uncle, so you're not an outsider." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Well said." Chen Pingan got a thought, "Don't worry about Lu Qiqing. I have my own plan." It was Li Shixing. Chen Pingan returned to the shore and said to Li Baoping, "Junior martial uncle won't take you to Turtlehead Mountain with Jiang Longxiang because it will make a big scene." 3. Chen Pingan, 3 flowers bloomed, 1 branch each, and they all had things to do. Li Baoping nodded, "It's okay. Junior martial uncle, remember to count me in." Lu Qiqing followed Chen Pingan with a smile. He and the young hermit beside him were indeed old friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Yunmu casually grabbed out with his hand and pulled out the disciple he was proud of, Li Qingzhu, from the bottom of the water before casually putting this drenched rat into his sleeve. Yunmu still felt uneasy in his heart, yet he had a relaxed expression on his face. Before he left, he even left behind a ruthless sentence. "It's a small world, we'll meet again. I'll wait for Q-Sword in the Nine Truths Immortal Pavilion." Lu Qiqing was overjoyed. "Brother Qin, why don't I take this opportunity to make up for my mistakes? So what if I can't beat Yunmu? How dare Yunmu attack me? I'm lying on the ground and blocking Yunmu's way, but Yunmu doesn't dare to move. High Realm. You're just an immortal, but you're so arrogant. Why don't you compete with my senior martial brother? You're not convinced. Yunmu, if you're so capable, why don't you use your senior martial brother? Let alone my senior martial brother, even the ancestors of the Joshin Immortal Pavilion have jumped out of their coffins to compete with me." Almost at the same time, the young Taoist was eager to have a try. His eyes were burning, and he hurriedly asked in his mind, "Chen Pingon, you can never do too many good things. Today, I'll take care of the white-robed immortal. You don't have to thank me. As long as you treat my young master better in the future, I'll be satisfied." Chen Pingon replied. "No need. I'll visit your senior martial brother soon. Senior Tao Ting, quit while you're ahead." "That's enough." Lu Qiqing immediately stopped talking. The young Taoist thought of something and immediately shut his mouth. He heard that on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain had told this kid to quit while he was ahead. The young Daoist turned around and struck up a conversation with the guy wearing a pink Daoist robe. "Fellow Daoist, your attire makes you stand out from the crowd. It's easy to forget about the common customs. You don't have to report yourself when you're walking on the mountain." Lu Qiqing's mouth twitched. "You're flattering me. Brother Nin, you're so bold. The Grand Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain and Immortal Fiery Dragon will have to take a detour when they meet you in the future." The young Taoist smiled and said, "My friend, it's amazing that you can wander around the vast world with your foot. What's your relationship with Iron Tree Mountain's Guokuting? Is he your father or your grand ancestor?" Lu Qiqing sneered. "Guokuting. Iron Tree Mountain invited me to drink, but I didn't even want to go." Lu Qiqing asked, "What about you, Brother Nin? Aren't you the same as me? After cultivating for so many years, you finally reached your current level. You must have suffered a lot, right?" The young Taoist sneered. "Unfortunately, I'm from the mountains south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm free in the mountains, and I don't need to wag my tail and beg anyone." Lu Qiqing chuckled and pulled the collar of his Taoist robe with 2 fingers. "So you're a foreigner. No wonder you don't know me." Then, both of them were stunned and spoke at the same time. 100,000 Mountains Peach Pavilion. White Emperor City's Lu Daochen. They laughed heartily and held each other's arms. They felt like old friends at first sight. Chen Pingon ignored these 2 crazy people and asked Li Huai, "There's a bag shop in the Parrot Continent. Shall we go and take a look?" Li Huai was a bit listless. "Forget it. Chen Pingon, don't bring me along. Back then, when I traveled to the North Continent with Pei Qian, we bought things on the Hemp Sex Ferry and almost caused Pei Qian to lose money. We could only break even." Chen Pingon was puzzled. "Why did Pei Qian tell me that you made a lot of money? After that, we'll split the profits 50-50. Both of you made a lot of money." When it came to making money, Pei Qian wouldn't speak carelessly. Chen Pingon bowed, straightened his back, and said with a smile, "Neither. Can this junior disturb elder for a moment? I've received quite a few cold looks along the way." The old man laughed heartily and gestured to the side. "Sit anywhere you like. The Confucian Temple is not my home. If it was, you could do as you please. A young man stuck his head out of a house in the distance and shouted, Mr. Huayan, there are parts of the Yeluo that are wide. The old records of the Confucian Temple seem to differ from the new records provided by City Lord Jing. I need you to take a look and help me decide. Leave it empty for now. Let me finish smoking this bag of tobacco. I can't ask the donkey to push the mill and not give the grass to eat. The old man waved his hand and grumbled, You bunch of children are so pretentious. How dare you complain that the tobacco smell is too strong? Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Chen Pingon had just sat down with his hands tucked in his sleeves, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head. He pulled his hands out of his sleeves and gently placed them on his knees. He said in surprise, Elder, you're that Mr. Huayan of the revered water immortal. Chen Pingon had traveled a long way and read a lot of books. Naturally, there would be some people in his heart that he would be fascinated by. Most of them were people who read books. For example, Li Shilang on the night boat and Mr. Wang Yuanzhang's engraving. He had opened up a new world by carving seals for gold and stone. As for this person who was known as the revered water immortal, he was an elder that Chen Pingon held in high esteem. He was undoubtedly a sage in Chen Pingon's heart. This was because this Mr. Huayan could really read thousands of books. He traveled all over the world and finally compiled the Mountain and Sea Atlas, which was known as One Must Have Two in the World. As for the later Mountain and Sea Annals and Mending Annals, they were actually disciples of this book. In fact, regardless of whether it was the content or the style of writing, they were much inferior. As for the founder of the North Continent's water classic Mountain, it was obvious that he was a Qi refinement warrior who held Mr. Huayan in high esteem. In fact, the owner of the night boat had once commented on the matter of the ancients' records of mountains and rivers. There was a saying that revered water immortal, followed by Lu, followed by Yuan. 3 surnames, 3 scholars who were renowned throughout the world. Chen Pingon still did not know that the first 2 old masters' records of mountains and rivers and poems were the foundation of the great Tao of the prison of words on the night boat. They had been used by the owner of the boat. The second old master was the deputy governor of the city of entries. He was the white-haired old scholar who stood beside Li Shilang. He was a Confucian scholar who could say that he could be a teacher of the heart and be a reincarnation of the ancients. The reason why the sage of rites threw Chen Pingon here was not only to let Chen Pingon better understand the Confucian temple's plan, but also to let him try his luck. There was no harm in missing it. It was better to seize it. The old man mocked himself, what revered water immortal? It sounds like a curse. I'm just a coward and lucky person who was lucky enough to survive the war. He was lucky because he was not in a place like the Tongya continent or the Fuyao continent. He was cowardly because he did not have the courage to rush to the battlefield and learn from Yu Xian and Zhou Shenji. That was why he was not affected by the war's war and was lucky enough to avoid it. At the end of the day, to this old man, escaping was still a form of escape. Chen Pingon smiled and said, Everyone has their own fate. I don't envy others, and I have a clear conscience. Han Chaosa, who was standing at the door, planned to get back what she had lost from the books. She spoke first and said tentatively, Spend some money to buy some poems to help the flower goddess become famous. Nowadays, the Confucian temple did not lack scholars who had a full stomach. Chen Pingon is the last disciple of the sage of literature. It shouldn't be difficult for him to ask for a few poems from the headmasters of the academy. He doesn't even need to spend money. Even if the poems are not of high standard, as long as there are enough of them and they are spread from the Confucian temple, the effect will be immediate. If there's no other way, Chen Pingan can go to the fat deity and persuade him nicely. Don't you want to be a young man? You can even use your sword and pretend to fight for the flower goddess. You have all the reasons. The selection of the flower goddess in the Blessed Land is managed by Mr. Baishan, Zhang Yi, and Zhou Fucking. Zhang Yi seems to be at the AO2 mountain now. Even if Chen Pingan is rejected by Zhang Wenqian, he won't ask for the sword. Then, he will go to Zhang Yi. After all, he admires the old scholar's knowledge. Or we can just go to Su Zi. Didn't we say that Chen Pingan has the small summer coin? Su Zi is generous. If he sees the small summer coin, he will probably put in a good word for him. Maybe when he is drunk, he will give the flower goddess a poem to suppress his student's opinion. Gu Kan shook her head slightly. The loss outweighed the gain. Han Kaios knew that she had said something wrong again. Jing Chuzhong said, "It's better to be willing to use your brain than not to use it at all." Han Kaios exhaled deeply. Fu Jing said, "In this case, we might not succeed. Even if we succeed, this deal with Chen Pingan will be a huge loss. Zhang Wenqian is a stubborn scholar. He will have some opinions about Chen Pingan and even the sage of literature." Gu Kan said, "So we can't avoid Zhang Wenqian, especially not Su Zi. Whoever started the trouble should untie it." Jing Chuzhong narrowed his eyes. "If you want to deny others, you have to have the ability." Fu Jing already had a draft in mind. He said, "Zhang Wenqian admires the Great Wall of Sword Qi very much. He is a close friend of Yuan Qingshu. Chen Pingan will use the indifferent plate in the wine shop and only take the one left by Yuan Qingshu. Just take it as asking Zhang Wenqian to help bring back the big barbarian water in the South Peninsula continent." Jing Chuzhong shook his head. "It's just a bad plan. There will still be traces of deliberate carving." As for what Han Kaios said, it was a mess and a foul atmosphere. It was not a good plan. Gu Kan quickly flipped through all of Zhang Wenqian's articles and poems in his mind, as well as the works of Fei Xian and teacher Su Zi and many of his friends. He had a flash of inspiration and said, "Su Zi's literary talent is unparalleled. His greatest merit in the path of learning is to break the distinction between poetry and poetry. He allowed poetry to break free from the shackles of poetry. Then, can the impatience flower of the blessed land of 100 flowers be regarded as the poetry of the world? Zhang Wenqian, didn't you see the impatience flower as gaudy and chrysanthemum? Isn't this similar to the situation of the poetry in the ancestral temple back then? Can Chen Pingan start from this?" Jing Chuzhong smiled and said, "A good plan. As expected, Chen Pingan will do this. He will not choose the best plan because it will make him seem too smart. Some people with ulterior motives will be afraid. So this is the best plan to solve this problem, but it is also the worst plan for Chen Pingan's entire cultivation journey." Over at the Yuanyang Zhu, Chen Pingan indeed agreed to help. He only received a bag of Guyu money from the impatience flower god as a deposit. He did not accept the bag of priceless impatience flower seeds. Moreover, both parties agreed that if they could not help in the end, they would refund the money. This made the young girl a little confused. Didn't Sister Huanyan say that this person was a money grubber? Moreover, looking at this green-robed sword immortal from a close distance, his face was pleasant and his eyes were warm. He was very scholarly. Jing Chuzhong said, "The real good plan is still a little different from what Gu Kan said." Fu Jing looked at the green-robed man in the picture scroll. This was the first time this little white emperor really paid attention to this person. Firstly, he helped the impatience flower god, which was a great favor. Secondly, he gave Madame Huanyan a lot of face. Why did the flower master of 100 flowers blessed land, other than the 4 fated master flower gods, only the young flower god? Naturally, the flower master doted on this young girl the most. Therefore, Chen Pingan and the flower mistress had formed quite a good relationship. Fourthly, not only was Zhang Wenqian not angry, but he was also gratified. As the last disciple of the sage of literature, he was able to be so close to the teacher's knowledge. No wonder he could make his good friend Yuan Qingshu leave behind that insignificant token in the wine shop. Fifthly, this person could flatter Su Zi from 108,000 miles away. 5 kills in one fell swoop. Being begged for help was originally a troublesome matter. But in the end, it seemed that the person who helped received a series of great benefits. Fu Jing suddenly laughed. Sure enough, Master was right. That Chen Pingan did not act according to what Gu Kan saw through. Instead, he chose to directly tell the immortal patient's flower god through telepathy. In other words, the young hidden official chose not to give up the 2 gains of Fei Xian and Su Zi. Gu Kan smiled knowingly. I understand. This is the surplus you always talk about. Han Xiaosa glanced at the painting and curled her lips. I can't afford to offend this kind of young man. Gu Kan was right. This young hidden official who had survived a great disaster and returned home was not only suitable for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but also for White Emperor City. Gu Kan smiled brightly. Martial Ant, don't offend Chen Pingan, really. Otherwise, you will definitely lose to Chen Pingan and die at Gu Kan's hands. Han Xiaosa nodded. Why would I offend him? If he's your friend, then he's my friend. It's his business whether or not he recognizes me. She put away the makeup mirror and the bottles, turned around, and asked, Gu Kan, how's my makeup? Gu Kan said, it's 3 points more beautiful. Han Xiaosa smiled, compared to the Lady of Azure Immortal Mountain and the Flower Master of the Blessed Land. Gu Kan said, in my eyes, Martial Ant is more beautiful. In the eyes of the world, they should be more beautiful. Han Xiaosa leaned against the doorpost and smiled. Because Gu Kan's words were sincere. That was why she was happy. The other party could fight with the immortal Yunzai. There was also the ascendant who called himself Taoist Nun. He beat Nan Guangzhou until he became a laughing stock. At first glance, they could tell that he was a good friend of the green-robed sword celestial. Maybe he was an elder of the sect. One of the old cultivators suddenly pinched a golden light that came from AO2 mountain with 2 fingers. It was a secret letter. It was a personal letter from the sect's grandmaster. The old cultivator's face was slightly pale. He bowed and cupped his fists to the green-robed man. We're sorry for offending you. We'll leave immediately. The other 2 were a little confused, but the old cultivator stretched out his hand and grabbed each of them with great strength. He said in his mind, listen to me, leave this place quickly. In fact, the old grandmaster only wrote 2 sentences in the secret letter. Jing Juzhong went out to meet this person. Both of them traveled together. If you want to court death, it's up to you. Remember, don't involve the sect. Chen Pingan did not stop the 3 of them from leaving with the wind. They came in a hurry and left even more hurriedly. Jiang Longxiang was dumbfounded. He leaned against the wall with a blank expression. Chen Pingan squatted down and lifted his sleeve. A handful of stones he picked up from the road appeared in his hand. He gently tossed them to the scholar one by one. The discussion inside the Confucian temple and the drinking outside the gate did not delay each other. Lu Ji said, next time, don't involve me in such a discussion. Even in front of Jingsheng Yuping, Lu Ji was still straightforward. Alliance said, unlike the Great Wall of Sword energy, people's hearts are different. A discussion behind closed doors may seem long-winded and complicated, but it's actually more beneficial. Because when the door opens at the end and everyone leaves, there will be fewer forks under our feet. Jingsheng Yuping smiled knowingly. Alliance said with a cheeky smile, "Brother Yuping, don't my words sound like a sage?" Yuping said, "You don't have the last sentence." "It sounds like it. With this sentence, it's useless." Alliance automatically ignored the last sentence. He gently shook the wine pot and said, "Lu Ji, you'll be very popular here in the future." Lu Ji said, "Because I use my sword without thinking." Alliance laughed and said, "How is that possible?" Lu Ji stretched her legs and raised her head to drink the wine. Alliance also tried to stretch his legs, but found that he was one step shorter than Sister Lu. He immediately retracted his legs and sat cross-legged. He did not look short when he sat, but when he stretched his legs, he realized that his legs were too short. It hurt her feelings. Lu Ji had always been a generous drinker. She quickly finished the wine pot and put it aside. Of course, she put it on the side far away from Alliance. God knows what this guy would do if he asked for the empty pot back. Lu Ji asked casually, "Alliance, why don't you just be a scholar? It's not difficult to be the headmaster of the academy." Alliance shook his head and said, "Even if I can be, it's not good. 100 Mao Xiaodongs can't compare with Alliance when it comes to swordsmanship. 10 Alliance can't compare with Mao Xiaodong when it comes to teaching." Once he became a serious scholar, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. In the academy, whether he was the headmaster of the academy, the minister of the palace, or a gentleman with a title, Liang would act as if he had never left the saint's mansion in his life. In terms of learning, he would only be mediocre and would not have any great achievements. The man who seemed to be always calm and collected would probably be disappointed for the rest of his life. Alliance did not want to be a Confucian descendant of the 4 great saints' mansions. He was of no use to this world because he had a prominent status and ordinary knowledge. However, if he were to become a wanton and unrestrained swordsman, the person with the statue in the Confucian temple would not be able to teach him swordsmanship every day. It would be embarrassing. At most, he could only put on the airs of a father and advise him to abide by the rules every time he drew his sword, to scrupulously abide by etiquette, to not harm the innocent, and to not hurt the people of the world because of his sword drawing. Over and over again, he only said those few words, nothing more. After all, even Chen Qing did not nag him about his swordsmanship. Therefore, no one in the world had the right to criticize Alliance's swordsmanship. There were so many beauties in the world waiting for Alliance to drink and meet. How could he let them wait for too long? Alliance looked more serious. He turned his head and said, "Lu Ji, let's go back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi together. Take it easy and don't use that flying sword easily." There was a reason why he did not agree to Lu Ji's request to go to the moon supporting Sword Mountain. This was a secret in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the Summer Palace did not record it because it involved Lu Ji's second natal flying sword. Only the top sword immortals on the city wall who participated in the meeting were qualified to know about this. There was a small group of sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi who were more unconventional. The reason why Lu Ji had not ascended to the Ascendant Realm was not only that she was young, but also the most fundamental reason. Lu Ji had spent too much effort, time, and immortal money on her second flying sword. The flying sword was called Big Dipper. It was the Big Dipper in the Traveling Immortal poem. It was also the Big Dipper in the Jade Capital group. It was also the Big Dipper that said, "The Big Dipper controls life and the Big Dipper inscribes death." However, this flying sword had never appeared on the battlefield. Alliance knew that even the Big Sword Immortal, who did not like to meddle in other people's business, had specially called Lu Ji to the city wall and asked her if water had entered her brain. In order to refine such a broken sword, was it worth it to delay her breakthrough to the Ascendant Realm? She had a big but, so she thought with her but. Because at that time, Alliance was squatting by the side and watching the scene. The last sentence of the Big Sword Immortal was the most knowledgeable and he had used it as a reference. In the end, Lu Ji said that the Big Sword Immortal could care about how many demons she killed and how many battle achievements she had. The only thing that could not be controlled was how to practice the sword. There was no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Just like left and right, if one wanted to improve their swordsmanship and reach the peak of swordsmanship, they could only delay the breakthrough. In order to pursue the ultimate killing power of this natal flying sword, Lu Ji had to make the same choice. Lu Ji stretched out her hand and asked Alliance for another pot of wine. She drank a mouthful and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. She said softly, "If only that battle was fought 100 years later." Alliance smiled and shook his head. He joked, "If I were Chen Pingon, would not be willing to give Sister Lu to Qi Tingji and the Elephant Sword sect. I would give up my pride and ask you to be a consecrator." Lu Ji said, "So you can't be a hidden official?" Alliance nodded and said, "I admit that." Lu Ji asked, "Shiping, has the Mandarin Duck Zhu left?" The scholar Shiping nodded and said, "Chen Pingon plans to go to the Parrot Island with his friends." As for the other Chen Pingon, he had already gone to Panshui County to look for Jingzhuzhong. Both of them were traveling together. He did not need to say anything. Everyone would hear about it soon. Lu Ji smiled and said, "Going back to my old profession." Under the watchful eyes of all the sword cultivators on the city walls and the sovereigns of the wilderness, there was once an outsider who wasn't yet a hidden official. He ran all over the place and cleaned up the battlefield with his butt sticking out. Both sides were amazed. Later on, there was a young sword cultivator who had become a hidden official. He put on the skin of a woman, dressed in red and green, and had a graceful figure. He left the city wall and rushed to the battlefield. He went everywhere to pick up the leftover battle achievements. He pretended to be more feminine than a woman. When he seemed to be in danger, he would even shout. But it was not a shout of anger. He would dodge the spells and twist his waist. His robes fluttered, and he was as beautiful as a blooming flower, so he did not reveal his identity from beginning to end. In the end, it was the straightforward Lu Ji who revealed the secret. After that, if Lu Ji wanted to buy wine, she could only ask her friends for help. This was because the wine shop had received the order from the second manager that the price of the wine Lu Ji bought had to be doubled. Lu Ji could not be calculative with the one-track-minded workers and children of the wine shop. Besides, to make Chen Pingon ashamed to walk out of the summer palace, spending a little more money was not a big deal. It was just that Lu Ji did not have much money in her pocket. She used it to fill the bottomless pit of the flying sword Big Dipper. Alliance also knew that the reason why Lu Ji refined the flying sword Big Dipper at all costs was to carve words on the city wall. It was as if she had already made up her mind to leave after carving the words. For Lu Ji, an immortal swordsman with that flying sword had a greater chance of killing an ascendant stage demon, especially a sovereign stage demon in her heart, than an ordinary ascendant stage swordsman without that flying sword. The Qi cultivators in the world would definitely not understand Lu Ji's stubbornness. She did not want her realm. She would die just to leave her name. Alliance understood. Lu Ji hoped that on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was once a female swordsman who carved words here. She did not want all the people who carved words to be men. How was this Lu Ji not good-looking? She was very good-looking. Boss Sword Immortal had instructed the Summer Palace to let Lu Ji go to the South Swirling Continent. Naturally, he hoped that Lu Ji's sword Dao, swordsmanship, realm, and flying sword could improve further. Otherwise, even if Lu Ji was lucky and her flying sword shattered and did not die on the battlefield, Lu Ji's realm would fall. That meant that she would fall from an immortal to a jade. After ascending to the upper 5 realms, it was already difficult for a swordsman to break through. It was even more difficult to ascend after falling in realm. Just like Alliance and Lu Chao, who was fishing in the Merit Forest mystic realm. They no longer had any hope of returning to the 14th realm in this life. It was not that falling in realm would cause one to be depressed, but that there was always a limit to one's strength. The good things in the world could not all fall on 1 or 2 people. Boss Sword Immortal must have hoped that the world would not only have a swordsman Lu Ji who survived the battlefield, but also a female sword immortal who could rely on 2 complete flying swords to wrestle with some 14th realm cultivators. Alliance smiled and asked, once Boss Sword Immortal left, no one could control you. Why did you change your personality? Lu Ji said, it's nothing. I just feel that it's better not to die. It seems that there are still many things I can do. For example, the 5-colored world and the ascendant realm. Or, she had not taken in any disciples. It was also possible that there were too many people who went to the Great Wall of Sword Energy and did not return. Lu Ji was worried that Howren would not remember any of them. With her sword in the Howren world, or there would be a dragon-elephant sword sect. Alliance nodded and said, that's good. Lu Ji turned her head and looked at him seriously. She said, it's just that I'm a little ugly. Alliance stroked his hair. What about now? Drizzle rode a donkey, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bamboo knife diagonally. He whistled and walked in the Jianghu. Alliance had always felt that there was no mountain or mountain. Everywhere in the world was the Jianghu. The braised mutton in Beilong, the tripe in Yuzhou hot pot, and the braised carp under the waterfall of the Yellow River were all excellent dishes to accompany wine. Alliance turned to Xiping and said with a smile, can we learn from the Great Wall of Sword Energy? Let's talk about business and let people come out to take a breather. Xiping nodded and discussed with the 3 hierarch of the Confucian Temple. Soon, 2 groups of people walked out of the gate. Zhua Zhua and Qi Tingji walked out together. Lin Junbai, little celestial master Zhao Yaoguang, and Fan Qingren, the little god of wealth of the Fan family. The first 2 groups of people to walk out of the Confucian Temple were sword cultivators and young people. After that, more people crossed the threshold one after another and sat on the steps in 2s and 3s, high and low. People could drink in the Confucian Temple when they were discussing business. However, drinking outside with a wide view was indeed a different experience. Xiping stood up and returned to the gate. For example, the gentleman Wang Zai who was in charge of supervising the battle. Of course, there's also me, Lin Junbai. Fan Qingrun said doubtfully, then why did you let her be a reclusive official for so many years? Did no one have any objections? Was it because the sword cultivators who had their own ideas couldn't beat Xiaochua? So they just shut up. Fan Qingrun wasn't foolish enough to think that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all fools. Besides, not far away sat Alliance, Qi Tingji, and Lu Ji. It was better to be careful with one's words, especially that Mr. Zhua of the literary sage's lineage. Everyone knew what his temper was like. Lin Junbai shook his head, from the eldest sword immortal to the old sword immortals like Dong Sangying and Qin Shi, to all the sword cultivators, almost everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the reclusive official from the new reclusive official lineage, Chou Miao, and later me, felt that putting the betrayal aside, Xiao Chua was the most suitable candidate for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was no second thought. Lin Junbai raised his wine bowl, let me give you a test. What is the foundation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi that has stood for 10,000 years? Zhao Yaoguang laughed, other than having a lot of sword cultivators, what else could it be? Fan Qingrun said, not greedy for money, not afraid of death. Lin Junbai laughed. This question was asked to me by the reclusive official years ago. I'm only asking you the same question. If you are the sword cultivators of the reclusive official lineage, just you wait. The reclusive official is going to pick a flying sword from a large basket. There was a saying in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that the young reclusive official's eccentric words could be found in several large baskets. There was no repetition in his insults. Lin Junbai's answer back then did not satisfy the young reclusive official. Therefore, Lin Junbai directly gave the same answer as Chen Pingan. It's not vast. This was because a great wall of sword Qi would never become a vast world. This was Chen Pingan's answer. Fan Qingrun slapped his knee with his folded fan. I'm convinced. Zhao Yaoguang raised his wine flask. I have to take a big gulp. Lin Junbai continued to give an inside story that outsiders would never know. Actually, if Chen Pingan did not appear, Chou Miao would still stand out and this young sword immortal would become the last reclusive official. And the two friends beside him were destined to hear the name Chou Miao for the first time. But if Chou Miao was born in the vast world, he would be the Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple of the Aquarius continent, and the sword immortal Su Jun of the Gold Armor continent. Chou Miao's name would shake the world. Lin Junbai continued, in my heart, Chou Miao is second only to the reclusive official. He is a very powerful sword cultivator, not because of his swordsmanship, but because of Chou Miao's ability to control the situation. In the past, the Summer Palace was a place that made people feel at ease. There would be quarrels, angry glares, chairs being thrown, and tables being flipped. But in the end, friends became better friends, and those who weren't friends at first became friends. Lin Junbai covered his sleeves with his hands and bent down slightly. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. In those years, in the Summer Palace, when we were free, the reclusive official would review the situation with us. For example, the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If we put in more cultivators from the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought, what would happen to the Great Wall of Sword Qi within 100 years, 500 years and 1,000 years? Guess what the opening statement of this review will be? Lin Junbai asked and answered his own question. Anyway, his two friends would not be able to guess. He had to say some words that he might not be willing to say in the future. Why was the Middle Plains, Snow Peak continent, and Drifting Dawn continent able to convert the resources of their countries and mountains into military strength in the later stages of the war? For the first time, they were able to fully unleash the geographical advantage of the wilderness resources. It was because of the lessons learned from the Tongye, Fuyao, and Golden Armor continents. We were scared. Even a glance from afar made our hearts ache. No one dared to say that they could stay out of the war. Instead, the hearts of the people were united. If we can do it, so can the wilderness. In fact, the Qi refinement warriors on Howran's side had not experienced much of the ferocity of the big demons. There were too few battles that were in a stalemate. Other than the Aquarius continent, we can only learn from the battle in the middle of the Golden Armor continent. How can we do that? Therefore, when I enter the Confucian temple later, I will directly ask Song Zhangqiang if the Song clan has secretly collected the maps of the River of Time. If they are unwilling to give it away, I will advise the 3 cult masters of the Confucian temple that the Confucian temple must be bought. If the Song clan is unwilling to sell it and feel that the price is too low, they will demand an exorbitant price. If they dare to raise the price, I will not allow Song Zhangqiang to leave the Confucian temple. Scholar Yuping looked at Lin Junbai's back view and nodded lightly. He was indeed a young man who had stayed in the Summer Palace for a few years. The young man was a little drunk. Lin Junbai was in high spirits. He was no longer a teenager but was still a young sword cultivator. After drinking bowls of wine, His face was slightly red and his eyes were sparkling. He said, "I don't admire Alliance or Zhuyu. However, I admire Chen Pingan and Chou Miao. I only said this because Alliance and Zhuyu are right beside me. Their swordsmanship is superb and their military exploits are outstanding. They can turn the world upside down. However, they may not be able or willing to mend the world bit by bit. Zhuyu is too reclusive. Alliance is too carefree." Alliance smiled. Zhuyu was expressionless. Alliance was suddenly in the mood to drink. On the streets of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, if a sword cultivator saw Dong singing on the streets, he could just call him by his name. At most, he could just send him flying with a slap. In all the lands under heaven, it was impossible to say how many young people, juniors, old people, and even cultivators on the peak of the mountain, would tremble in fear when they saw Talisman King Yu Xian, Grand Heaven Master Zhao Tianxi, and other such immortals. They would be filled with admiration, reverence, flattery, and envy. Alliance suddenly remembered Lin Junbai. To be precise, he was a Confucian scholar of the line of the quasi-sage. Lin Junbai hiccuped. His face was red and he was tongue-tied. "I'm most likely not of any help. I need to lie down and sleep for a while. You guys go back inside to discuss matters. Don't worry about me. Let me sleep for a while. If I'm still not awake after an hour, one of you can come and wake me up." He raised his wine bowl again. Since he had made up his mind not to go, he could drink a few more bowls. The world was vast. A small strategist like him in the Confucian temple was not a big deal. He fell drunk on the steps of the Confucian temple and fell into a deep sleep. His snores were thunderous. He probably only had one chance like this in his life. He had to cherish it. Zhao Yaoguang said to Fan Qingrun telepathically, "Brother Flower Farmer, you go back inside first. I'll stay here and accompany Junbai. It's fine if you fall asleep, but don't go crazy drunk. This kid has too much to say. We can't let him say it all at once." After all, he came from Fulu Street and was very particular about things. That was why Li Huai always helped to smooth things over. He was young and spoke carelessly, so it was not good for He to hit him. Alliance came mysteriously and left without a clue. Then, he met the big white goose on the side of the road. "Yu Lu, you're welcome." That "you're welcome" was very good-looking, at least as good-looking as his two sisters, Li Lu. At first glance, he knew that she was a girl who did not have to worry about marriage. Unfortunately, Lin Mu Tu still liked Li Lu wholeheartedly. Li Huai could not understand. Did his sister feed Lin Mu Tu a bewitching potion? When Cui Dongshan said that Qin Pingan was his husband, Li Huai was confused. He always felt that these foreigners' brains were not clear. "Why don't you recognize your father?" Father and mother went to a faraway place and moved. Sister became a deity on Lion Peak. Father and mother opened a shop at the foot of the mountain. The business was good. They lived frugally and did not have any expenses. He heard that this time his mother returned to her hometown. In front of the neighbors, her voice was a lot stronger. She brought his brother-in-law back to her mother's house. Now, she dared to be picky. It was not that she disliked the cook's sister-in-law for not cooking enough oil. Otherwise, it was that the stewed dried bamboo shoots and duck was not chewy enough, and the fish had a slightly earthy taste. His best friend, Pei Qian, she seemed to have suddenly changed from a little charcoal to a big girl. Li Huai was still not sure which country's Princess Pei Qian was from. How did she fall into the common people? How did Chen Pingan pick her up and bring her along? The world was in chaos. The world was at peace. Jing Dafeng was no longer guarding the gate of Luopa Mountain. Old Yang was no longer there. Sister was married. Chen Pingan was a hidden official. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was taken in by the old blind man as a disciple. It could not be blocked or kicked away. Li Huai's arms and legs were thin. Who could he reason with? At that time, Chen Pingan was not by his side. He never knew why. Anyway, when things came to it, he just muddled through. Otherwise, what else could he do? However, Li Huai felt that he was very lucky, so he kept reminding himself to cherish his fortune. Chen Pingan said, knowing your own weight and not complaining when you encounter difficulties is called a normal heart. This is probably from your father. It's not obvious usually, but it's actually a very impressive thing. Li Huai was happy to hear that, but he still said, come on, I'm just a coward at home. In his impression, Chen Pingan rarely scolded or praised people. On a street, the other Chen Pingan also did not scold people. He just threw stones. On Ao2 Mountain, Lu Jubao and Yupan Shui, the two cultivators, naturally met here as their yin spirits. They had asked teacher Dong and Jing Xing Yuping beforehand. This guy, on the other hand, was blinded by greed. Now, he has broken his old bones. It's a waste not to beat him up. After beating him up, he ran away. If I were Master Hidden Official, I would beat the shit out of Jiang Longxiang and feed him until he was full. Lu Jubao waved his sleeve and another landscape painting appeared. It was Turtle Head Mountain. Soon, a man in a green robe dragged Jiang Longxiang away. Yuan Zhou patted the armrest of the chair and said, as expected of Master Hidden Official, he is full of surprises. Dragging a dog and traveling far away, his style is unparalleled. The young man turned his head and said, Grandpa Yu, I beg you, help me build a bridge and talk to Master Hidden Official. If he comes to our side and doesn't become an imperial tutor, he can start a sect. Our Xianmi will provide money and manpower. Everything can be discussed. As long as he is willing to ask, Xianmi will dare to agree. As an emperor, it's not a problem for me to go to his sect and be an honorary guest. When Master Hidden Official comes to the capital, I will ask the Ministry of Rights to make a good plan. We must leave a name in history. At that time, I will personally lead Master Hidden Official's horse into the palace. In the future, when he enters the palace with a sword, he will ride a horse and not be restricted by the palace. Lu Yuzhou said, count me in. I also want to be an honorary guest. The more he looked at the young emperor, the more he liked him. If he had the chance in the future, he must visit Xianmi dynasty more. Yuan Zhou said, Brother Lu, if you go to Xianmi dynasty to do business in the future, no matter what you like, from the imperial court to other places, up and down the mountain, the friendship price will be 20%. Every mouthful of saliva is a nail. Today, I will leave my words here. Yupan Shui rubbed his forehead. How could he not have a headache when dealing with such a seemingly stupid but actually black-hearted little brat? Lu Jubao said with a smile, my business in Tongya continent is a little big. It's not suitable to be too close to Chen Pingan and Luopa Mountain. Your Xianmi dynasty is no problem. Yupan Shui shook his head. He didn't think that Chen Pingan and Xianmi dynasty forming an alliance was necessarily a good thing. First, it was easy to attract the wind. Secondly, close proximity would cause resentment. Staying for a long time would make people cheap. These old words had to be listened to. The age of the old words was always older than the old people. Chen Pingan, this young man, only acted like an embroidered tiger, but he was not a real embroidered tiger. Xianmi dynasty's national power was thriving day by day. They didn't need anyone to send charcoal in snowy weather, let alone add flowers to brocade. Everything was stable and orderly. As long as they did things step by step, they could raise the dynasty's ranking within 100 years. This feeling was even worse than drinking water. He could not accept that the Taoist companion he Xiaoliang had chosen was the young man with straw sandals in the Lizhu cave heaven. No matter how much he thought about it, Gao Jianfu could only remember that the young man was a skinny man with a slightly tanned face. He was poor, timid, and inconspicuous. He Xiaoliang turned her head and said softly with a smile, "Is it so hard to accept that your sweetheart has a sweetheart? I feel like the sky is not falling, and the path is still there." Gao Jianfu looked sad. He nodded and said, "You can accept it, but I can't." He Xiaoliang shook her head and said, "Most of the time, you can't do it because you talk to yourself too much. Every time you ask yourself, you can't do it. That's why we have to cultivate our hearts." Gao Jianfu said bitterly, "I'm not talking about the Tao with you." He Xiaoliang smiled and said, "If you don't talk about the Tao with me, what can you say?" Gao Jianfu was extremely sad. The woman in front of him had always been like this. She always did things her own way, and her Tao heart was clear. But the more she was like this, the more others would miss her. He Xiaoliang reminded him, "If you don't care about her, your inner demons will make it impossible for you to enter the upper 5 realms for the rest of your life. This time, Qi Tianjun deliberately brought you with him. Don't you know what he wants? He hopes that after reuniting with me, you can cut off your feelings." Gao Jianfu turned his head and looked at the river of the Mandarin duck Zhu. It was like the sorrowful wine in his heart. He hated that he could not drink it all. He Xiaoliang sighed in her heart and stopped persuading him. Gao Jianfu looked at her for a long time and asked softly, "What's so good about him?" Some infatuated people only hoped that their beloved was out of reach. No man in the world was worthy of her, including himself. 7 emotions, 6 worlds, and 5 desires. People were rolling in the mortal world. He Xiaoliang said, "My great path is where the opportunity lies. It's not about whether he's good or not." What she meant was that even if he was good, he would still be her Tao companion. Gao Jianfu murmured, "If I knew this, I would have died in the battlefield in the central region." He Xiaoliang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Jianfu looked at the subtle changes in the woman's expression and was stunned. Old Josie, who was walking behind them with Madame Gouet, also tried to find something to talk about. He said, "The boorish peach pavilion lives up to his name. He's indeed a hero." An ascendant realm demon from the boorish world dared to subdue Nan Guangzhou in the Mandarin duck Zhu, which was an important place of the Confucian temple. Gu Qingsong was quite convinced. The only thing he was not convinced about was that Brother Peach Pavilion was an ascendant realm demon. Once his realm was high, it would be a little imperfect. He was not as good as Yu Pu, who had fallen from the immortal realm. Gu Qingsong glanced at the female immortal from the Qingliang sect. He heard that this junior martial sister had an unspeakable story with Qin Pingan. Old Josie was thinking about how to ask that little kid for advice. He should stop putting on airs as a senior. It's not likable. He was a person who knew what was important and what was urgent. He had always been recognized by the people on the mountain as someone who acted steadily and spoke appropriately. Chen Pingan, this little thief, really can't be judged by his appearance. Back then, even he had misjudged him and mistakenly thought that he was a hothead who didn't know anything about love. He didn't expect him to be a self-taught peerless master. When he missed the opportunity, he wrung his wrist and lamented. It was so regretful that his intestines turned green. That kid was a sword cultivator and had even gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train. But Yan Gu wasn't a fool. How could he send a sword cultivator to Nan Guangzhao's doorstep? Therefore, Yan Gu benefited from it. Nan Guangzhao's eyes flickered. Back then, Yunmu secretly deceived his master and killed his ancestor in Yunbo's treacherous scheme. He told the public that his master was in seclusion and died. Yunmu and his Dao partner, this pair of bastards, obtained a great fortune and thought that no one would know. Did they really think that he was a fool who couldn't see the changes in Nine True Immortal Pavilion? Yunmu's master was famous for cherishing his life. As for immortal Yunmu, he didn't directly return to his residence on Turtle Head Mountain. He landed at the lower reaches of the Mandarin Duck Zhu. He shook his sleeves and threw Li Qingzhu to the ground. Then, he waved his sleeves again and cast the bewildering barrier. Yunmu remained silent. His eyes were cold as he looked at his once proud disciple. Li Qingzhu stood up in fear. He felt wronged. Master, that sword cultivator is crazy. Yunmu waved his sleeves and hit Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu's body spun and fell to the ground. Then, Yunmu used the white jade Ganoderma to hit his forehead. Li Qingzhu lay on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Yunmu sneered, "What? You can't get anything good from me, so you want to complain to your master's wife?" Li Qingzhu said with a trembling voice, "I dare not. I dare not cause any more trouble for the sect." Yunmu turned his head and looked at Turtle Head Mountain. He started to worry about that old bastard Nan Guangzhao. He looked kind, but he was just putting on a sanctimonious act. Otherwise, how could he be together with his master? They had been brothers for so many years. According to his master, he had joined forces with Nan Guangzhao to search for the ruins of the divine residence and secret realms in the early years. Nan Guangzhao did not do anything, but when he did, he was ruthless. Moreover, he did not leave any trouble behind. At that time, his master laughed and said that he would not have dared to travel with Nan Guangzhao if they were not in the same realm. Yunmu retracted his gaze and scolded the disciple on the ground. "What a piece of trash. You can't even take down a Golden Core Realm girl from the May Mountain Sword sect. What about those tricks of yours? Haven't they always worked? How dare you say that as long as it's a woman, even if she's in the pure Jade Realm, she will be easily taken down by you? Do you think that the ancestral hall of the Nine True Immortal Gymnasium doesn't know about those bastards? Do you know that the Zhuolu Song clan spies know everything? They have already recorded it and will attack the Nine True Immortal Gymnasium at any time." Li Qingzhu raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said softly, "Master, I still have some sense of propriety when I'm at the foot of the mountain. Those women will be dead set on me in the end. The Zhuolu Song clan can't take advantage of these small matters to attack the sect." Yunmu sneered, relying on those lousy soul-shifting techniques. A few unorthodox talisman that can't even be seen in public. You're really capable. How dare you say that? If the Nine True Immortal Gymnasium didn't need this disciple to do something, would this kid really think that his master's wife favored him? The female sword cultivator from the May Mountain Sword sect was called Su Wui. She was the granddaughter of the current sect master and the last disciple of the May Mountain ancestor. She was extremely lucky. For some reason, Lu Zhou, who didn't practice the sword but played chess on the banished Immortal Mountain, took a fancy to her cultivation foundation and made an exception to accept her as an unregistered disciple. With the combination of these three factors, Su Wui was famous for being in high demand on the mountain. In other words, if Li Qingzhu could really become Taoist companions with Su Wui, it wouldn't be as simple as a marriage between the two sections. Yunmu had the means to carefully manage and support this disciple. Within 500 years, the May Mountain Sword sect would change its surname to Li and quietly become a vassal of the Nine True Immortal Gymnasium. Yunmu thought of something and sneered. Earlier, by the river, the girl in the plum blossom nunnery was heartless. Fortune favors fools. When she saw Li Qingzhu's elegance, she fell in love with him. Now that he had become a drowned rat, she was greatly disappointed. Presumably, when they met again in the future, she would not stick to Li Qingzhu. Su Wui, on the other hand, didn't have a good attitude towards Li Zhuqing before. Who would have thought that she would pity Li Zhuqing after falling into trouble? Was she dissatisfied with the green-robed sword immortal? Did she think that he was too domineering when he was a sword cultivator? The girl didn't know that it was that person who had indirectly saved her, this stupid girl, and saved the legacy of the Mei Mountain Sword sect. Once the incident at the Mandarin Duck Zhu occurred, the 9 True Immortal Pavilion secret plan would go down the drain, just like Li Qingzhu. Even if Su Wui was stupid, the elders of the Mei Mountain Sword sect were not. They would never let her form a contract with a cultivator who had become a laughingstock. Yunmu finally sighed. The great Tao was unpredictable. The immortal's expression softened a little. Qingzhu, get up. Li Qingzhu stood up and bowed. She lowered her head and sobbed. I've caused trouble for Master. I can't redeem myself even if I die 100 times. Yunmu stretched out the white jade Ganoderma and helped her up. Just treat it as a mental cultivation. By the way, let's talk as we walk. Tell me everything that happened before. Don't leave out anything. Li Qingzhu wiped her tears and began to recall the matter. She only said that she seemed to have been possessed and that she didn't think before she spoke. According to her temper in the past, she would never provoke the green-robed sword immortal again and again. Yunmu was shocked. As expected. It was City Lord Jing, whom she respected like a god. As expected, Lu Daochuan's sudden appearance was a smokescreen. When Yunmu brought Li Qingzhu back to Ao2 Mountain, she was shocked to learn about the Wenjin Ferry. Yunmu was speechless. The reverence in her heart couldn't be any greater. City Lord Jing, who worshipped the First of Mercy, really deceived everyone in the world. If it wasn't Jing Juzhong, who else could it be? Money came and went like water in Ao2 Mountain. Many gorgeously dressed young fairies traveled the mountains and rivers. They also made friends with the young talents on the mountain, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He had already rented a shop in Panshui County and started to sell books. Unlike other foreigners, he didn't come here because of Zhang Tixia and the other peak grandmasters who came here to fish. He usually liked to come here alone to fish. He didn't like to talk. Occasionally, when he smiled, he would be shy and sincere. For example, when he was bargaining with those traveling aristocratic families. This young man's real name was Lu Kai. He was a sword cultivator. They must dismantle more spells and restrictions. It would be best to capture a few cultivators of Jinchui City, the higher the realm, the better. As if facing a great enemy, Taoist Nun hurriedly denied, "We're not familiar with each other. We haven't contacted each other for hundreds and thousands of years, how could we be familiar with each other?" The ceremony of all the female Jindan cultivators in Jinchui City, even the celebration of the city lord becoming an immortal 300 years ago, that woman Yang Ji personally attended the ceremony. Have you heard of Tao Ting showing up to congratulate us? There's no such thing. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, so that's how it is. The secret file of the Summer Palace didn't say so, but I probably read it wrong. I'll look through it again later to see if I misunderstood Senior. Taoist Nun had a sullen expression on his face as if he didn't eat hot shit. The heroic spirit he earned from the Ascendant Realm's Nanguangzhao was returned to this black-hearted Taoist Nun. Taoist Nun quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart and tentatively asked, "Do you have a grudge against Jinchui City?" No cultivator from Jinshui City has ever disturbed Haoran. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "There's no grudge between us. Junior has always been fascinated by Jinshui City's robe refinement. In fact, in the past, on the carriage at the Sword Chi Great Wall of the North, there was a group of female monster cultivators. Among them were the younger generation of the Great Monster official Ali and a female cultivator from Jinshui City. Because of the robe she was wearing, she was very eye-catching." Taoist Nun suddenly said, "That's right. I heard that every time Taoist Nun went to the battlefield, he wore more clothes." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and said in his mind, "If Senior can take out enough Jinshui City's secret refining technique, I can give you half of the profit." Taoist Nun raised his hand and wiped his mouth. Master Taoist Nun really knows how to joke. I almost laughed my teeth out. Most importantly, only half of the profit. Do you think I'm a beggar? 50% is more like it. Chen Pingan continued, "In the Confucian Temple, other than refining a certain kind of military armor pills, they might also make 3 to 5 kinds of standard robes. Since they're still focusing on quantity, the quality doesn't need to be too high. It's similar to the clothing store at the Sword Chi Great Wall in the early years. There's a Sparrow Mansion in the northern Reed continent. Taoist Nun, I know you don't lack money. However, money in the world is the most precious. I believe you know this better than I do. Besides, earning money in the Confucian Temple is a small merit. Even if you don't want the merit, the Confucian Temple will still remember you." Of course, Taoist Nun didn't lack money. Since he was already at the peak of the ascendant state, he didn't lack cultivation. So, what did Taoist Nun lack now? No one wanted to be the next immortal Yun Zai or the ascendant state Nan Guangzhou. Who knew if they would get in the way of the other party's eyes and their own ferry would be attacked? Only the private ferry of Liuxia Island's Chiao clan in Yuzhou approached. Chen Pingan took the initiative to salute the ferry from afar. As a guest of the Chiao clan, Lin Qing raised his hand and threw an item to the man in the green shirt on the opposite ferry. It was the newly carved landscape calligraphy seal. The old man smiled and said in his mind, "Welcome, Sword Immortal, to my blessed land." Chen Pingan reached out and caught the seal. He cupped his hands again and smiled, "Of course. Other than asking Mr. Lin for advice on gold and stone, I'll be thick-skinned to ask for a few Yushuan restaurant seals. I'll also have to eat the best Yuzhou hot pot before I leave. I'll definitely have to pay for the seals. However, if the hot pot doesn't live up to its name and disappoints me, don't expect me to pay you a single copper coin. I might not even go to Yuzhou in the future." Lin Qing smiled, "That's not a problem." The two fairies then parted ways. Lin Qing told the Chiao brothers about the Sword Immortal wanting to eat hot pot. Chiao Shengong and Chiao Xuanji, the two talents of Yuzhou's Chiao clan, looked at each other and smiled. Chiao Shengong asked, "Mr. Lin, is this unknown Sword Immortal using Yuzhou's hot pot to get close to us, or is he really a glutton?" Lin Qing smiled, "Why would a Sword Immortal who doesn't even care about Yun need to get close to Yuzhou's Chiao clan? Don't forget that the backer of Zhoushan Immortal Restaurant is Zhuolu Songzi, who's having a meeting in the Confucian Temple. Did you see him being courteous?" Chiao Xuanji smiled, "That's good. The old ancestor is right. Most of the foreigners who like our Yuzhou hot pot aren't bad. They're worth making friends with." Chen Pingan sized up the old Tianhuang seal, which was of excellent workmanship and materials. It was extremely heavy in his hand. To the immortal teachers and scholars who liked this item, 1 tael of Tianhuang was equivalent to 1 tael of grain rain money. Moreover, it was priceless. Seal, west of the golden sky, disappearing in the daytime. Drunken immortals came from the moon cave. flying swords like rainbows, kicking the south to open the earth veins, overturning the Big Dipper, illuminating heaven's gate. Bottom line, once seen in green, Chen Pingon fell in love at first sight. He immediately felt the seal in his hand become even heavier. The ferry stopped at the Parrot Islands port. There were already people waiting there. It was a group of young boys and girls. All of them had swords on their backs. They were the 18 sword masters of the Elephant Sword sect. After Chen Pingon and the rest got off the ferry, one of the girls mustered up her courage and walked out of the group alone. She blocked the path. Two sword auras dispersed, each going to a different place. One of the sword auras was the Parrot Continent. Chen Pingon was puzzled. Why did senior brother use his sword? Who was he fighting with? And it seemed like there were two of them. One was the Parrot Continent, the other was the Pan Shui County. Chen Pingon saw with his own eyes that the sword aura brought by the scabbard landed not far away. As for the ordinary cultivators, their realm was not high enough. They had already closed their eyes or turned their heads to avoid it. They did not dare to look at the sword aura. The Parrot Continent itself didn't have many changes, but the river water around the island suddenly became shallow, causing the originally small Parrot Continent to look like a receding river, with many mountain roots and earth veins exposed. All the cultivators who had just arrived from the Yuanyang Zhu complained incessantly. What was going on today? Were there fights everywhere? Daoist Nun patted his good friend's shoulder. Fellow Daoist Lu, thanks to you. Wherever Pavilion Master Lu went, there was bound to be a disturbance. Lu Qiqing smiled. You're too kind. In a mansion in the Parrot Continent, Ascendant Realm cultivator Feng Shuetao, whose Daoist name was Qingmi, was discussing with several friends on the mountain. The so-called good friends were actually just like Nan Guangzhao's lackey Yan, who knew how to talk and was tactful. They discussed together on how to spread their influence in the Tongya continent. Other than the Yugui sect of the Yugui sect, which needed to be treated with respect, the Yugui sect was not worth mentioning. In the Pan Shui County, the great cultivator of the Liuxia continent, Jing Hao, the master of a sect whose Daoist name was Qinggong Taibao, was also in a similar situation. However, compared to Feng Shuetao, who was a wild cultivator, there were more than 20 people around him. He was sitting on the main seat, talking and laughing together. Previously, everyone disapproved of the sword cultivator who was the head of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. Some people said that this guy only dared to arm wrestle with Yun Zhan. If he dared to come here, he would not even be able to enter the door. An unsheathed long sword broke the mountain restriction of the mansion and hung in the courtyard. The tip of the sword was pointed at the heroes on the mountain in the house. Jing Hao put down the wine cup in his hand and squinted at the long sword outside the house. It looked unfamiliar. Which unruly sword cultivator was it? Someone in the house stood up and cursed loudly. He came to the door and said, "Which blind fool dares to disturb Elder Jing's drinking mood?" A figure landed in the courtyard. He reached out and gently grasped the long sword. He said indifferently, "Zwa zwa." The person at the door looked like he was being strangled. His face was pale and colorless, and he could not say a word. Zwa zwa said, "I'm looking for Jing Hao." Feng Shuetao was speechless. He was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. If it were someone else, Feng Shuetao would think that they were bluffing. However, the scholar in front of him who turned to sword practice could not be judged by common sense. Feng Shuetao asked, "Why do you want to fight with me? You need a reason to fight, right? I don't have any grudges with you and the sage of literature. The left servant said, I don't like you. Does that count as a reason? Feng Shuatao's face turned gloomy. Why must I be involved in the battle? I've cultivated in peace on the mountain for thousands of years, and I've never disturbed Haoran Mountain. Do you think you're the hierarch of the Confucian temple? Why do you care so much? The left servant frowned and said, I'll tell you one last thing. Only a stubborn person has the right to talk tough to me. These Ascendant Realm cultivators were not weak in cultivation, but they were good at finding excuses for themselves. Even if they couldn't imitate Zhou Shenji's skills, they could at least imitate Pan Huayin. Of course, they didn't want to suffer any losses. It would be fine if that was all, but when the world was peaceful, they would gloat. For example, there were several fierce battles in the south of the Liuxia continent. However, the Qinggong Taibao, whose hometown and sect were both in the Liuxia continent, never showed up. Zhou Shenji, the sword cultivator from the Central Plains, died in the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent. Feng Shuatao, who had a grudge with Zhou Shenji, went to the ruins to pay his respects. Even when they arrived at the Confucian temple, these peak cultivators who survived the tribulation of weapons still didn't know how to restrain themselves. When the sky was about to fall, it was fine to lower one's head and lower one's waist and drag out an ignoble existence. When the world was at peace, one could just close the door and secretly enjoy it. Don't push one's luck and pretend to be indomitable and upright, only to accidentally miss the war that swept the world. The left servant didn't talk much with Feng Shuatao, but every time he spoke, he would feel more annoyed. Therefore, the left servant decided to use his sword for the last time. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the Confucian temple and shouted, "Let me do it." The left servant hesitated for a moment and didn't use his sword. He allowed that person to brush past him. He pressed Feng Shuatao's head, who had nowhere to hide, and they ascended and left Haoran together. From the looks of it, they were going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The cultivators around the Confucian temple were all dumbfounded. The left servant sheathed his sword and returned to the Confucian temple. He didn't use his sword, and he didn't say anything unnecessary. He returned the text. At the entrance of the temple, the left servant sat on the steps. Daoist nun said impatiently, "Whatever." The group went to the bundle house. It was a secret realm of mountains and rivers. It was similar to the Golden Millet wine shop in the inverted mountain. Along the way, many people looked at them and took the initiative to make way. An unreasonable green-shirt sword immortal, a young Daoist who almost killed Nan Guangzhou, and a famous White Emperor city's Lu Daochen. These three people indeed had a unique aura of, "Please come and provoke me." Chen Pingan always felt that his bundle house was not bad. Until today, when he entered this secret realm, he knew what real family background was and what cultivation was. He felt a little ashamed of himself. In fact, his own Oxhorn Mountain, together with the ferry and those shops, was actually the work of the bundle house. It allowed Cloud-Covering Mountain and Luopa Mountain to benefit greatly. The bundle house was a loose sect. It was said that they did not have any serious gold and jade records, nor did they have a mountain or an ancestral hall. The whereabouts of the founding ancestor was also uncertain. In any case, wherever the sect's cultivators went, business followed. As for how the Qi cultivators entered the bundle house and what the sect's regulations were, it was a mystery. It was only known that every time the founding ancestor of the bundle house appeared to do business, he would take out a Qi Harmony house that he carried with him and open the door to welcome customers. There were a total of 99 rooms. Each room usually only sold one item. There were occasional exceptions. Chen Pingan and the group walked past the rooms one by one. Almost all of them would enter and take a look at the goods sold by the bundle house. There was the sea of brushes from the glittering jewel immortal abode. There was a painting of an immortal horse. Each of the 24 solar terms was taken and displayed in sequence. There were extremely few small summer coins in seal script. There was a big colorful bowl with the 5 grains bountiful into the treasure map. There were a few stone heads of strong men, mountain ghosts and thunder gods spending money. A pair of large wooden boards with painted door gods. Qing Lu Blessed Lands landscape painting book. There was a small clay jar called the Descending Mountain Jar. It looked inconspicuous, but it was a mountain treasure that could suppress ghosts. There were also a few broken grotto heavens and blessed lands. As long as one had enough money, they could all be bought. If they had already sold the goods, the talisman beauty in the room would hang a small wooden sign outside the door. There were 4 words written on it: good karma has been formed. To be honest, if these were not treasures that the founding ancestor of the Bundle House personally took a look at, there was no possibility of picking up a bargain. Chen Pingan really wanted to sweep them clean. It would be a disgrace to the scholars. He was going to ask the sages of the Confucian Temple to uphold justice and discipline the cultivators who violated the rules with violence. Chen Pingan pointed at Jiang Longxiang's mouth and reminded him, "This is what you get for not keeping your mouth shut the last time you were here. Are you going to complain to the Confucian Temple this time? Think about it yourself. You can say whatever you want, but you only have a few teeth. You should cherish them. Otherwise, you might not be able to speak clearly when you're teaching in your hometown. The students might not understand what you're talking about." Jiang Longxiang's face darkened. His biggest question at the moment was not why the man was attacking him, as it was no longer important, but why did the man have the guts to attack him? Why did none of the sages of the Confucian Temple show up when they were so close to him? Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I don't dare to touch you at the Confucian Temple today. However, don't think this is the end of it. I'll travel to the Shao Yuan dynasty in the future. We can catch up then. You don't have to seek revenge." Jiang Longxiang's heart was filled with resentment, bitterness, and fear. "You don't dare to touch me. What do you want the next time we meet?" Chen Pingan raised his hand and extended his palm. He said with a smile, "I'll settle the score with you. I'll make you pay with interest." Jiang Longxiang struggled to stand up. Chen Pingan pretended to hit him. Jiang Longxiang was so scared that he quickly turned around. Chen Pingan smiled and left. The woman with the hedgerow on her head appeared from the corner. She stopped and looked at the green-robed man from afar. Although her face could not be seen, her figure was graceful. She looked like a plum blossom in the corner just by standing there. Chen Pingan ignored Jiang Longxiang and walked toward the woman with the hedgerow. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, shopkeeper Yao." She smiled and cupped her fists in return. "Child Chin." Chen Pingan said, "You can call me by my name." The two walked side by side in the alley. The woman beside Chen Pingan was Zhonyang. She first left the Great Spring Dynasty with Sun Yuan and went to the Yugui sect. She cultivated there for several years. After that, she left the Tongya continent with the great celestial master Zhao Tianlai. She cultivated in the back mountain of the celestial master's mansion on Longhu Mountain. She and the ten-tailed celestial fox Lian Zhen were of the same origin but different bloodlines. They were naturally close. After spending all these years together, they were like sisters. The celestial fox Lian Zhen's Tao was high and extremely detached. He had lived in the mountains for a long time and had an ethereal qi. He was no longer comparable to ordinary demons. He liked to listen to Zhonyang's stories of Jianghu. Even the battles of wits and courage between the Yamen constables of Hure Town and the evil spirits were interesting to him. Zhonyang turned her head and lifted a corner of the hedgerow. She smiled and said, I almost can't recognize you, Child Chin. When they met for the first time at the Great Spring Border Inn, Chen Pingon was still a teenager. He was dressed in a white robe with a red wine gourd hanging from his waist. Beside him was a mischievous little girl with charcoal hair and a few different retinues. He was once a teenager, but now he was a slender man in a green robe. He was worthy of being called the sword immortal of the mountain. Chen Pingon smiled and said, Shopkeeper Yao is still as charming as ever. I miss the 5 years of plum wine brewed in the inn and the roasted whole lamb. It's really a delicacy that can't be found on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain. Jionyang loosened her fingers and let go of the hedgerow. Don't call me Shopkeeper Yao. It's too formal. Child, just call me Jionyang. Chen Pingon smiled and nodded. The first time he heard of the phrase, life is narrow, and the wine cup is wide, was from this Jionyang at the table. Jionyang smiled and asked, that Wei Hao-young, is he not following you as a retinue anymore? That martial artist surnamed Wei claimed to have a great appetite. In the end, that man became a pile of mud after drinking a bowl of wine and snoring thunderously on the table. It left a deep impression. Chen Pingon shook his head. Everyone has their own lives. Jionyang sighed. That's true. Chen Pingon said in his mind, I heard that Zhong Kuei is still in the Western Buddhist kingdom. He missed this meeting. Jionyang and Chen Pingon had nothing to reminisce about. Although their relationship wasn't bad, it wasn't enough for Jionyang to come looking for him. She didn't ask him anything, but she was here to ask him questions. Jionyang said, what's the point of mentioning him? He's neither human nor ghost. He likes to ask for trouble. Chen Pingon said, Zhong Kuei was timid back then. Maybe it was because he guessed what would happen later. He had no choice but to be bold. Jionyang rolled her eyes. He's timid. She then smiled. His timidness has nothing to do with me. He's just an accountant. It's up to fate whether we meet or leave. Chen Pingon didn't say anything else. After chatting with Jionyang about the recent situation of the Great Quan Empire, they parted ways. Zhong Kuei and Jionyang, who had a special identity, were like a muddled account in a marriage book. Jionyang, or Madame Huan Sha, was most angry with Zhong Kuei, who was the accountant. It wasn't even because Zhong Kuei hid his identity as a gentleman of the academy and watched her, Madame Huan Sha's, actions. It was just that Zhong Kuei was too cowardly. All of his seemingly audacious nonsense was actually cowardly. I might not agree to your request. But since you like me, why don't you dare to say that you like me? What's going on? Perhaps what she hoped for was for Zhong Kuei, the accountant, to behave himself and stand in front of her, sincerely saying the word like. Women weren't completely unreasonable. It was just that the reason a man spoke was often different from the reason they wanted to hear. A woman's reason was more in her mood. If a man couldn't even understand why she was being unreasonable, then there was nothing he could do. Naturally, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Chen Pingon had always felt that he was just a little late in understanding the relationship between men and women. In fact, he was really talented and knew a lot. Even if his senior brothers of the same sect were added together, they still wouldn't be as good as him. He even dared to say such words in front of senior brothers Hua and senior brother Jun Qian. Of course, the prerequisite was that the teacher was beside them. Chen Pingon walked alone in the alley and suddenly thought of something.